Ooh. Hello, 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 hello. Very cool, very good. Love to see it. Alright. Video game. Oh boy. Building a fucking factory. Down, that's all you do. All you do is build factories. Yes! That is what I do. Boop. Game. There we go. Lovely. Now we have to adjust the window. Make it fit and whatnot. Alright. Well, I guess it's going to be a little scuffed. Oh well. So I've already done a bit of work on this. In this run. We have some rudimentary automation going on, folks. It's great. It's fantastic. Just to let me get through a lot of the early stuff and whatnot. And that is the point. Okay. I've also done a bit of hunting for, for some hard drives to get some alternate recipes, because turns out a bunch of alternate recipes are way better to use in comparison to that of the normal recipes. Specifically for screws, I wanted to make sure I would have the cast screws in comparison to that of non-cast screws. Because again, the normal recipe for screws is fucking dog shit in this game. Kind of on purpose. So we do be accumulating resources and whatnot to just churn through a bunch of the early game stuff. In the meanwhile, thing that I probably want to work on next. Yeah, let's have a bunch of mods and stuff. The next thing we'll want to work on is part assembly. Don't have enough screws. We need more wire. I'm gonna have to wait a little longer for this stuff. The chainsaw. Let's grab a bunch of this. No, I guess they actually added in a tree falling animation. That's cool. That's nice. Alright. We're gonna make a clear path to the big ass fucking forest. Why? Because the next step is automated power. No more of this fucking semi-automated bullshit. It's time for some coal power. Oh, you wouldn't crush yourself with a tree now, would you? I would. Clueless.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical
Quartz.
elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Yep, quartz. I want to go in this direction. Eventually I'll probably destroy the entirety of this forest, but that's a later problem. Almost crushed myself with a big old tree. Cutting down trees. I love cutting down trees. Oh, fuck. I know that there is a hard drive. Oh, there's a summer sloop. I want that. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Weave. Alright, I got the cheese, but like... Alright, fuck you. Fuck you. Alright, easy clap. Use that to start getting some coupons. Should be around here somewhere, I think. Lovely. What's up, assholes? Ow. Ooh, some copper sheets. I can go open up the other one now. Lovely. Those are going to be useful. Hey, come closer. So I can beat the shit out of you. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here, cowards. Fuck you. Alright. Alright. Whoa! Yeah, that's right, run. Got loot I need to collect. Like this. Give me that. Yo, what's up? You know, we want to scrap? Yoink. One down. That's two down. Oh, never mind. Hey, asshole. Hey, come back here. Fuck you. Alright, cool. Give me all this useful shit for later. $60 megawatts? Alright, that's easy. I don't have any fucking wires. Fuck my life. That is not the way we want to go. We want to go this way. Forgot to take some wire with me. Just make 2 quick biomass burners. Throw some fucking wood in there. Boom, bada bing. That shit's open. But I forgore. And we're about to get the spiders. I do not like the spiders. They do give me the heebie-jeebies. They do give me the heebie and the jeebies. But I want that hard drive. So there are more important things to be concerned about. No! I destroyed my momentum. My movement tech. What? Bat. Alright, it's too much of a slope. There we go. Ooh! Start research quartz. Lovely.
The crystalline mineral was
Any
a
more
previously
quartz?
unknown variation of quartz, with uniquely large and flawless crystals, normally only found in synthetic quartz. The industrial application of this mineral will follow that of its synthetic counterpart, specifically in communication and exploration technologies.
Let's head back to our initial shitter first. And then you get a copper sheet. We have copper sheets now. Oh, you could have just crafted some. Yeah, we'll get there. Nope. Break my legs. Gimme, gimme. Nice. We'll be able to get our hands on a 3rd one relatively soon. These will be good once we leave phase 1 and 2, get into phase 3, and probably get some of the useful alt recipes that I'm hoping to roll into. Like the, I think it's entwined iron frames. Get out of here. Alright, stick that there. Save the sloop that we have for when we start making a bunch of proteins. Take the berries. Grab the wire. Alright, we can go back. We are accumulating a pretty decent amount of resources. Though we could probably finish up part assembly. Well, got all these damn copper ingots. Make some use of them. Make a bunch of these.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator.
Yes,
By
we'll build
completing
that.
your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It Company goals without any other ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
This is true. Everything she said is correct. Alright, back to our original shenanigans. Eventually we'll probably clear out all the forests and shit up there, but we don't really need to at this current point. I will eventually destroy all this stuff. Eventually. Okay, so the thing we want to go to is that way. Pod's this way. Lovely. All right. On. All right, that's that done. Lovely. And we are out of here. Assemblers. Start making those. Lovely. Which means we'll probably need some more iron. Which means we definitely need some more iron. That's fine. Right, we want to go this way. Very cool. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Fuck you. All right. Big coal will be coming here eventually when we have the necessary whatnot to shall we say exploit this area. Necessary technology. Because we don't have the technology yet, folks. We don't have it. We can't have big, beautiful coal quite yet, folks. But we will soon. It's going to be great. Come here, Mr. Slug. You're mine now. Break my legs. Lovely. And we're gonna have to clear cut all of this. And evict the natives. And get some explosives. So that's blocked. For now. For now. But we're going to have a lovely coal power plant. It's going to be great, folks. Such big, beautiful coal. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Get out of here. Anywho, another thing that we kind of have to start doing is getting a bunch of stuff for the... Oh, I need some fix-it coupons before we actually start to put together some kind of a starter base. Alright, let's start trying to get the hell out of this, the early phases. Then we'll come back, clear cut that forest, blah, 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 blah. Mostly just did that so I can get some more biomass. Well, things to turn into biomass, rather. Ag. Broke my legs. Sir, we killed our momentum there a little bit. That's fine. Screws. Plenty of screws. Love not having enough space in inventory. Let's see how this fucking thing works. Uh-huh. How the fuck does this thing work? Pull me up, damn it. Oh, shit. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's a little counterintuitive. Interesting. So it makes you become really fucking floaty when you pull back on it enough. Interesting. No ammo associated with this as well. It's just free to use. It's pretty good. Okay. This is useful. This is definitely useful. Not bad. Okay. Okay. I respect that. Just get this shit out of the way. Ugh. Also, I should probably get started on my actual surf stuff. There's no one here. What the hell? Chat is dead, folks. It'd be like that. Okay, everything's working. Very cool, very good. I forgot to fucking fill in the YouTube description. How could I? So I know that Boy Meets Meat is streaming, so I don't want to get caught with my pants pulled down when he raids in mid-segment, because that shit's annoying. It's really annoying when that happens. I don't like dealing with it. Lovely. Oh boy, I love getting constantly spammed with this video can't be monetized from all the old VODs, the old lo-fi that I used to fucking listen to in between the break and whatnot. It's very annoying. Not a fan. It's like, yeah, I get it. Shut up, idiot. Okay. Expand this a little bit. Put away all the shit that I don't really need at the moment. We need to start making some cable. And then what the fuck else do I need? Put you away, put you away, put you away. 3 hard drives is pretty good. Right, I want to put together a constructor that will just assemble me a bunch of biomass. Solid biofuel. Didn't put any fuel into any of these things. That's a mistake. In you go. Oh Lovely. More cables. Need more cables. Iron rods. Alright, got wood. Biomass wood. Need more damn cables. Perfect. Now really the only thing we have left to do is to make some more miners. And start making some reinforced iron plate and some other stuff. A bunch of assemblers. Where's the smart plating? We need rotors and reinforced iron plates. That's just all iron, especially with the alternate recipes we have in our hands. Everything is all iron for the time being. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Miner, miner, miner. We can afford to do this. Still going to be a bit of a tight squeeze, but whatever. First thing we're going to take care of is the cables. Need a wire. One, two. Lovely. Yeah. Get on top. Fuck you. Need more fucking cables. Maybe honestly I don't need these yet. Probably not. Just leave those for now. Move these elsewhere. Give myself a little bit more space, actually. I'm gonna disassemble all this anyways, so that's fine. nice, simple, clean manifold. Fuck my life. Lovely. $103. What do we have here? We don't need modular frames quite yet, even though this recipe kind of sucks, but whatever. What we need is a lot of screws. 60 screws per second. Ick. Oh, it's a good thing we got the cast iron screw. Yeah, this thing's expensive in terms of screws. So this consumes 60 per minute. We don't have any of the overclock features yet because we don't have that researched, so we can't reduce that to make the numbers more convenient for us, which is very annoying. Which is very, very inconvenient. So we're gonna want to do. So what else can we use the screws for? We do need to make rotors as well. $100 per minute. 160, 320. We also need plates. Plates and rods. These ratios are kind of ugly. They're kind of ugly. I mean, they are very ugly. Okay, let's clear some ground first. Lovely. Honestly, let me disassemble this. Better idea of what I could do with this. It's 360 iron. Okay, 360, 480. Do I care if the belt's cross? No, I'm not gonna give a shit about that. Whatever. I'll ignore that. So I'm probably gonna need more biomass burners. Probably. That is not too difficult. Lovely. Portable miner. Actually, there's a mine back here that we're not making use of for now, so we'll get rid of you for now. Right, we also need to make a bunch of wire. Some of those rocks are going to be kind of in the way. It's a little annoying. Whatever. here. Too steep. That's cringe. Lovely. Okay. My spaghetti urges are, becoming strong. Lots of spaghetti. Lots of spaghetti. Okay, so some of these we need to make several things. First things first, we need to make cable. This is 120 per second. I'll split this up in a useful way. We'll make these eventually. 12.5 per second. Why does it have to be 12.5? Why do you have to be such an ugly fucking number, man? Just curious. If I just do regular wire, 30 per minute, 22.5 per minute, I get a lot more. The copper version of this recipe just better. I mean, it's convenient because it's the iron. It's just right here. I don't have to go all the way over there. Let's do this at the copper mine that's over there. Okay. Screws. We need a bunch of these. It's 37 and a half. It's 50 for 200 per second. Not bad. Gas screws, 65? No, here's what we'll do. 5 of these, that's 250. Oh no, that's not gonna work. We have to do 6 of them. It'll be 300 per second, or per minute rather. Where are you? And the other thing we need, so that's, what, 6 of these, 90. What's up, Clay? We're good, we're good. You don't need to apologize for being late. We will be talking about the return of Sykkuno, as well as the Think Before You Sleep video. Or if I were to take a guess, Think Before You Sleep probably lies about everything, because he always lies. Also, I know that Boy Meets Minnie is like about to end stream at some point in time. So I'm trying not to get caught with my metaphorical pants down in the middle of a segment. Having to think a raid. So I'm just doing this while people are trying to come in and stuff. You were listening to some music. Amazing. This build looks like complete shit for the time being, but this is temporary. We are not going to have it like this for forever. Okay, that's 300 screws a second. Which is fine and dandy. 300 screws a second. We'll need quite a few of these things anyways. So making a lot of them now is totally a-okay. 30 iron plate and whatnot. So 60, we can support 5 of these things then with the amount of screws. Because the plates, those are easy. It's the screws that are always the problem. There's a reason why we need a bunch of these reinforced iron plate assemblers. Reason we need a bunch of these is because Level 2 belts take a lot of reinforced iron plates. So we want a bunch of these things. We'll need to expand the power network as well. Feeling run down lately too. This weather is not making any better. Plus I have to continue dealing with my thyroid issues. Well, that's unfortunate, Clay. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. It's a 4... It'd be so much easier to do this all on foundations, but this is fine. Can't say I know anyone who has had to deal with thyroid problems there, Clay. I mean, most of my family, it's like diabetes and stuff. We got diabetes. Alright, so... The fuck? I don't even be able to click my control groups for some reason. It's weird. Plus also being hypoglycemic, it's not helping either. Never fucking lucky, man. Okay, so then if for each of these it's a 6 to 5, then obviously with the rest of the shit's 1 to 1. So this would be 25 reinforced iron plate per minute until we get a better recipe. Still have to do for now. Need more reinforced iron plates. Then we'll do a completely separate line for the rotors. Gaze upon my spaghetti mess. What's up, Jerry? Alright. We'll get started with doing yapping about stuff while we do some crafting. Manual crafting. Once we get these reinforced iron plates going automatically, things will be definitely a lot easier. Ugh, excuse me. Should we really be surprised with Tectone having problems with a woman saying no? I, for one, am not shocked whatsoever. Oh, man, dude. It's funny. True Clay. Well, you know, it is what it is. People do be getting the short end of the stick. Where are you? This is what I want. Aiden Underground also being mentioned in Destiny's fucking lawsuit. That's so fucking funny, man. Destiny got owned so badly in a debate, he's fucking suing someone for it. That's fucking hilarious to me. Very pathetic behavior from Destiny, but then again, it's Destiny. So. Very cool. $145. That was over 25 years ago. Damn. Lowest I got, because I've gained weight as well, mostly because I'm depressed. Lowest I got was about 165. And that was a little too thin for me. So I was about 75 kilograms. That was a couple years ago. Now I'm back up. It'd be like that. Audio. Boop. Nope. Nope. All right. Let's start with this. So I, for one, am completely unsurprised by this whatsoever, but it is complete, total Kilotonics fucking victory, as Kilotonics outlined in his fantastically made video about Hassan Bad. But Pigolas Eats Oreos is a part of the Nikki D system. Is now doing exactly as Kilotonics predicted in distancing from the fact that, well, Ethan Klein fucking took the massive L on Denim's fucking lawsuit. There is a new, again, it's Snart Girl Summer, okay? There's a new queen of fair use, okay? The crown has been usurped. It is now the queen of fair use in comparison to Ethan Klein, who's a litigious fucking freak. Should really go without saying. But as we all know, Ethan Klein lost his a dumbass fucking, well, it's a tentative ruling, of course, so it's not exactly over yet. There's still the lawsuit over the countdown stream. And we all know why Ethan did that, as Kilotonics himself also outlined. The reason why Ethan did that from the beginning is for one simple reason only. Because he was predicting, and he wanted to catch out Hassan with this, reacting to the countdown stream, so then he can, hit a bunch of people with a bunch of copyright lawsuits and essentially try to ruin their lives. He did it with Casey Tron, he did it with Frogan, and, well, that's what he's specifically trying to do now also with Denims. It was meant to be a trap, right? Essentially. So hopefully Ethan loses that ruling as well, because that's fucking shitty behavior, Ethan. But whatever, Ethan Klein doesn't have any standards, he doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff, because, again, we're dealing with a complete the psychopathic, I guess, pile of dog shit, neurotic, blah 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 blah. Whatever you can say about Ethan Klein, you should say about Ethan Klein. He's a piece of shit. Yada 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 yada. But of course, Ethan Klein, as we all know, had a bunch of yes men around him, specifically Pigolas Eats Oreos, who have essentially been doing everything possible in order to clean Ethan's balls over the fact that he is a litigious freak. And it turns out even this is a bridge way too far for Pigolas Eats Oreos. What a fucking shocker. But Chilepi made a video deconstructing all of Pigolas Eats Oreos bullshit, pointing out his fucking hypocrisy. It's a good video. I'll probably stick it in the description. It's a great, great video by Chilepi. It should really go without saying that people like Pigolas Eats Oreos over here has always been like a fucking hypocrite and is an individual who is, broadly speaking, never really stood for much of anything. I shouldn't be really surprised by this. But what do we have here by Chilepi?
I think that DiOreo is trying to paint Ethan as kind of a crazy person that needs some self-reflection, that needs to take a step back and figure things out, which is very funny because it reminds...
a bunch of malarkey.
It is a bunch of malarkey, that's true. Thank you, Zane. I mean, it shouldn't, like, listen... I've said this before and I'll say it again. All these motherfuckers need to take responsibility for the fact that they decided to give Ethan that big, nasty fucking sloppy toppy. All of these fuckers should take responsibility. Nicholas DiOreo, Rape Tone, Groom Taku, Asmongold, XQC, all these motherfuckers who are cheering on this dumbass fucking lawsuit, which would actually have a chilling effect on the commentary community, as much as Ethan Klein likes to, for whatever reason, pretend that it won't. Whatever. Ethan Klein is a charlatan. He's a liar. He's full of it. All these, like, dumbass motherfuckers should be, like, unironically, licking fucking Denim's feet for the fact that she's won the fucking lawsuit, or is going to win the fucking lawsuit, probably, against Ethan Klein's idiotic, freak, litigious actions. But do any of these people have any standards? Do they have any morals or principles whatsoever? No, of course not. No, of course.
Reminds me of a certain Jimmy Robbins video that Nick DiOreo reacted to just a year ago. Listen to this Weasley fucking loser.
And here's the amount. I will credit Ethan Klein with the win, I guess, in that lawsuit, but not a minute sooner. Not a minute sooner. And I think it's a bad look to lose to your own fair use standard that you set.
You love to fucking see it, because again, anyone with like half a fucking brain cell could see that, yeah, Ethan is violating his own fucking his own precedent with his behaviors, with his extremely litigious actions. But I guess Pigolas Eats Oreos couldn't fucking recognize that, because again, he just wants to wash Ethan's balls.
100%. I think that Ethan needs to take a long look in the mirror on this one, and maybe realize that, like, this has got to be a fucking learning moment for him.
That's fucking incredible, man. Listen, this motherfucker, unironically, was doing everything possible to just sweep away any of the fucking allegations, or not allegations, but any of the criticisms that people were having, rightfully so, of Ethan's fucking goddamn actions. This fucking mouth-breathing fucking loser, this complete, like, simp, this troglodyte, was doing everything in his fucking power. Everything in his power to try to sweep away this fucking bullshit. And this motherfucker didn't care about any of that. He had no fucking standards, no principles, no beliefs. But, like, honestly, do we believe for even half a second that Ethan's going to learn anything from this? Fuck no. Why the fuck would he learn anything from this? It's very, very clear that Ethan is just a neurotic mess, and he doesn't give much of a flying fuck about the standards that he supposedly really, really cares about. It's obvious. It's clear at this point. But, you know, so long as you got ball washers like Pigolas Eats Oreos, right, who Ethan used to shit talk a bunch, whatever, who gives a shit? It's just, it's incredible to me, dude. Every single time when any of these motherfuckers have any of their supposed principles get tested, they will just completely and utterly just waver at the first fucking moment. First moment. They'll just waver because they don't actually give a shit. They've never had any principles. They've never had any standards. None of these people have ever cared, and they will continue to just not care. Like, yeah, man, Ethan Klein is gonna have a fucking learning moment from this. Yeah, sure, bro.
This is like, it is kind of embarrassing for sure.
What needs to be a learning moment? What exactly does that even fucking mean? Are you saying that he shouldn't have filed the lawsuit? Are you saying that maybe a year ago when you were pumping his fucking tires, pushing for lawsuits, saying it's time for lawsuits, time for blood, now he's got to take a deep reflection, okay? He's got to look himself in the mirror and figure out what's next, okay? He's got to learn some lessons from this. This is you a year ago, by the way.
You only get to do this for so long. No, it's the time for lawsuits. It's the time to escalate. It's the time to go for blood.
That's fucking credible, bro. By the way, this is also the exact same motherfucker whose supposed, like, main principle was the fact that you shouldn't go after people's monetization, you shouldn't go after people's sponsors, yada, yada, yada. That was Nicholas, Pigolas Eats Oreos over here. Pigolas Eats Oreos was fucking saying that shit. And now, all of a sudden, you know, I don't think it's a good thing that Ethan Klein is doing this. I don't know, guys. This seems kind of bad, actually. No, like, listen. This is why people, generally speaking, look at people like Pigolas Eats Oreos over here as nothing more but than a weaselly, nasally little fucking simp, a little loser, a little dumbass who has just no fucking principles whatsoever. Because he's just willing to say stuff like that. Just wholeheartedly, like, no problem. He just says it, like, yeah, you know, dude, maybe maybe it's actually a bad thing that Ethan's doing this. Oh, really? Oh, now you're perfectly willing and fine with saying that what Ethan is actually doing is bad. Really? What happened to this, like, forever ago? You decided to step all over your own supposed fucking principles for essentially nothing, bro. Nothing. He did this all for free. He did the ball washing, the ball tickling, all of it for free. And what is Pigolas Eats Oreos getting out of this? Absolutely fucking nothing. It's incredible to me.
No, it absolutely fucking is. I'm sorry.
Information instead of doing.
Now he's got to learn a lesson? By the way, Jimmy Robbins was literally saying in this, we'll back it up, he's literally saying they should take some time away and reflect and think about what the next steps are.
Exact time for the duo to step back and handle this behind the scenes while gathering.
No, it's the time to escalate. No, I'm sorry.
You, probably more than any other content creator, pushed this motherfucker to file these lawsuits. You wanted blood. And now you're acting like, he's gotta reflect. I mean, it's really embarrassing to lose your lawsuit.
I think that Ethan needs to take a long look in the mirror on this one.
And by the way, that's unironic, like, abuser shit right there. Like, this is abuser fucking mentality, right? Like, unironically, like, this motherfucker was, like, in the proverbial stands, just, like, throwing a bunch of fucking goddamn peanuts, trying to do, like, literally everything possible to try to make Ethan Klein crash out, and essentially just pursue all these, like, litigious fucking actions of this, like, sniveling fucking loser, this coward, this charlatan, this freak. Literally everything possible in order to try to make Ethan crash out and pursue these fucking lawsuits. Well, guess what, Pigolas Eats Oreos? You gotta fucking own your actions now, bubby. You have to take responsibility for them, buddy. Like, it's not as simple as just being like, I'm sorry, dude. I kind of fucked up here. I decided to go against my principles for, like, literally no reason. No. You're not allowed. You're not slick. You're not allowed to get away with stuff like this, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I was, like, Denims or any of these other people, I would never let this motherfucking Pigolas over here ever live this down ever in his fucking life. He doesn't deserve to ever live this down because he decided to shit all over his own supposed principles for what exactly? All because he wanted to fucking tickle some fucking balls. It's like, fuck out of here, bro. Like, honestly, it's pathetic to me.
And maybe realize that, like, this has got to be a fucking learning moment for him. This is, like, it is kind of embarrassing, for sure. I think that he might find himself back here with the Noah Sampson lawsuit if he's not careful. I don't think he should have did that one to begin with, as everyone kind of knows. And
what?
I don't fucking believe Nicholas even for a fucking second here. I don't believe him for even, like, one moment. I think he's completely full of shit. Completely and utterly fucking full of it, dude. Like, yeah, man, you totally had that principle the whole time when you decided to completely dump all over your own supposed principles during this entire fucking saga. Like, okay, bro. Nice meme, bro.
You don't think he should have done that? Well, a year ago, you thought he should kill all of his fucking enemies with lawsuits, okay? Like, it's so crazy to talk like this when Ethan was at his most fucking combustible, okay? The CPS shit had just recently happened. People were just reacting to the content nuke. Noah Samson had literally made his video on the YouTubers that backed a genocide the day before this stream came out. All of this shit is super fucking fresh, and you're poking him.
And like literally the fucking lawsuits started immediately coming out against them after that fucking Noah Samson video. And all these motherfuckers are just like, yeah, woo, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, we're gonna Ethan Klein, sue the shit out of these people. They deserve to be fucking sued. Woo! And it's just like, okay, bro. Like, God, no, it's like no standards, no principles for any of these people. God, they honestly, like, these people are like miserable, contemptible fucking freaks, man.
You're saying go after everyone, expose these anonymous snark Reddit accounts. And now, a year later, it's time for some reflection from Ethan Klein. What a great prescription, Diorio. Great job.
Good job. Great. Fantastic. Obviously, there's more to the video itself as well. Chalepi talking about the details, of course, of you know, like a basic quick summary, but mostly just like an opportunity to shit on fucking Pigolas EatsOreos over here, because this is a motherfucker who definitely deserves to the shitting on that he fucking got. Because again, like, bro had supposed standards, he had supposed principles, and he decided to shit all over them for what exactly? Oh, to get that fucking Ethan ball washing, that fucking ball tickling that he wanted so desperately. Like, don't let this motherfucker ever live that down. Remind him every single day about what he decided to fucking sacrifice for what exactly? Oh, just to get a little bit of fucking clout. Because that's what it was overall for someone like fucking Pigolas EatsOreos over here. Bro has never had any standards or principles whatsoever. He's completely fucking full of it. And even his, like, supposed half-assed, like, criticism here is just complete fucking half-assery. But then again, I wouldn't expect anything less from this sniveling fucking dipshit known as Pigolas Eatsoreos. Complete fucking hypocrisy and cowardice from this sniveling fucking dipshit. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Go get the cough suppressants. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'll go through the lozenge and then we'll start with this shit. Okay. 75. These three go into V6. Problem is I don't really have exactly that much space. Unfortunate. We don't care about clipping. Oh, fuck's sake. Really? Okay, fine. I'll do this instead. That's what I thought. Bitch. It's annoying. God damn it. Alright, there's all the screws. Then we need the plates. We'll put the plates above. So look a bit scuffed, but we'll get the job done. That's all I care about, is getting the job done. I'm gonna make use of you. No, it doesn't need to be that. I don't need to be level 2. Level 1's fine. I need 5 of these things. Making iron plates. These should just be it's not 1-to-1, right? It's 20 per second. Each one of these is 30 per minute. Right. 150. Our numbers are going to be off a little bit. Honestly, just stick with this, I think. Extra screws be damned. Four of these per second is fine. Okay. These are all obviously 1-to-1, as we all know. All right. Let's get started with this, with our next bullshit. All right. Well. Guess who just made their inevitable return? I mean, it was going to happen at some point in time. Might as well be now. Sykkuno, 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 Sykkuno. Or, as some might say, Sykkuno. Very funny. Sykkuno making his inevitable comeback to streaming after all of the various allegations that were laid out against him, not only by Hemmelmouth VT, as well as Elfia, but all of the other various girls who came out with allegations against him of his general sort of impropriety. And obviously he came back to streaming. He's been gone for about a month, something like that, about a month. Bro has been gone. And here's the thing with this initial statement. We'll just talk about that real quick. His initial statement, of course, where he says that him and his girlfriend are working through it. You know, that's their prerogative. Personally, I've made my sort of like position, I hope rather clear and all that. It's like, oh, girl, you should probably try to get the fuck out of that fucking situation. But hey, I mean, if you want to try to work through it, that's your prerogative. But I personally, man, I don't know about this one, given the fact that Sykkuno has had a pretty clear pattern of behavior of him just seemingly not really wanting to learn anything from, well, any of his sort of like broader fucking actions. But listen, who am I to really judge if that is ultimately the desires of the girlfriend? That is ultimately her desires here. I personally just have very little trust in Sykkuno, given the fact that the allegations against him are as multivariate and long as they are. He's done a lot of fucking shit, and he didn't do this with just like a few of girls. He's done this with like dozens of girls, and we've gone through a lot of the various allegations and whatnot. I mean, he got confronted by Hemmelmal TV. Of course, people are mostly wannabe rapists and wannabe predators themselves. We're contesting that on Twitter, of course, because of course they would on Twitter, because I don't know, fucking rape mentality with a lot of these fucking dumbasses. But I digress. I've made my position rather clear. What Sykkuno did is inherently predatory because, again, this needs to be said. It is fundamentally about the exploitative nature of what he did. He is someone who is significantly larger, way more fucking prominent, has way more sort of staying power within this sort of environment. So again, what he did by, well, soliciting a bunch of these girls to have sexual favors done with them is inherently fucking predatory, right? It is exploitative. And obviously, dumbasses mostly, are trying to play with the words, saying like, well, no, being predatory only means if you're like a pedophile or whatever. It's like, that's not how that fucking works, man. It's fundamentally speaking about exploitation of other people, right? But then again, since we're talking about like dumbasses on Twitter mostly who are okay with predatory fucking behavior, they are okay with this stuff, it makes sense that they will basically do anything possible in order to try to hand wave that away, because they themselves are also, I'm going to be honest here, wannabe fucking goddamn predators. They are okay, fundamentally speaking, with the exploitation of women. They do not give a flying fuck. A lot of these like weirdos have made it very fucking clear. And I'm not going to say that Sykkuno was like made aware of these guys and used that as like a potential like out for himself. I have no evidence for that to be the case or not, but it is something that is worth mentioning and keeping in the back of your mind, right? Like, listen, if you are in a situation like what Sykkuno himself found himself under, you will basically do anything possible in order to try to make yourself look as good, or at least the very least try to be in as good of a light as possible in order to try to, I was going to say shirk responsibility, but basically try to not have to take any responsibility for the actions that he broadly had to, or has to take in order to I guess, shall we say, for lack of a better term, atone for the fact that he definitely did a lot of fucking sexual impropriety with a lot of these girls, and basically just decided, and for lack of a better term, to not really address or apologize to anyone besides just his girlfriend. He also said that there is a bunch of false accusations that are going around about him. While I have, without a shadow of a doubt, that is probably the case, right? Let's be honest here. That's definitely probably the case. He hasn't really outlined anyone in particular who may be trying to, I don't know, sully his good name, for lack of a better term. We have so far not really seen anything or any form of motion when it comes to that in particular. So I'm still somewhat curious about what Sykkuno may be outlining there in particular. But for that, only time can really tell. We'll have to wait and keep waiting and seeing what exactly is going to happen in terms of that particular juncture. See what Sykkuno decides to pursue himself. Yada, yada, yada. A lot of these, the detractors, shall we say, of the stories are still going to, broadly speaking, do everything possible to make the, I don't know, the experiences and lives of, like, MMLTV and a bunch of others more miserable because, again, wannabe fucking rapists. Anywho, or not rapists, but predators. But anywho, Sykkuno's apology. Why don't we take a look, shall we? What's up, big man?
All right, well, I'm pretty nervous, as you can guess. Whew. All right, well, as most of you guys know, I've been gone for a bit. And while I've been gone, I was working on myself and
Midoriya's nervous,
damage
true.
I've done to my girlfriend and our relationship. And what I did to her was horrible. For a lot of people, they could never forgive that. I regret doing it so much. And in the time I've been gone, I've been working every single day to try and make things better. It hasn't been easy, but I'm glad to share that not everything's perfect, but we made a lot of improvements, and we can confidently say that we're doing a lot better. We're in a position where we could be happy together, and we're headed in a good direction. I wouldn't be coming back to streaming if both of us didn't feel that way.
So, okay, I haven't been saying much of anything at the moment, but yeah, he's leaning into the fucking Deku voice real fucking hard here. Alright, I mean, initial fucking assessments. Can we really say that he's not learned anything? We haven't seen any evidence to suggest that that is necessarily the case, so it would not be really honest for me to say that, to just, like, write off everything and just say, like, yep, this motherfucker has refused to learn any of his actions, blah, 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 blah. It would not be honest for me to say that whatsoever, right? But, like, I guarantee you, a lot of people who are going to be looking at this, yeah, they're not going to, like you're saying, Durandi, you're taking the words right out of my mouth. No one is really going to take the apology seriously at all with the fucking dumbass Deku Midoriya voice, okay? Like, I don't know, I'm expecting, like, the VA of Deku Midoriya to just come out and just, I don't know, voice act the fucking apology that Sykkuno's going with here. But, whatever. Memes aside. So far, like, still not really saying much of anything. Like, we have, it's just a big nothing burger, really, at the moment. Which I would probably say is about expected. Yeah, I think that's about expected, to be quite honest. I'm not really surprised at all whatsoever that Sykkuno is not saying much of anything in terms of the impropriety that he has done with all of the individuals. I'm curious to see, is he going to apologize to any of the people that he abused, that he did? I mean, he fucking admitted to it in a fucking Discord call to, like, Althea and Hemomal. So, like, again, it, like, let's be honest here. That he's more or less kind of like dead to rights to that one in particular. But is he going to apologize? Question mark. That's, I think, the ultimate question that most people are having. Because at the very least, like, you should apologize for the actions that you took against these fucking girls. Like, let's be quite honest here. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's in terms of like apologies, Zane, right? It's like, it's you know, we can have a laugh. We could do some memeing. We could do some trolling. Blah 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 blah. Do a little bit of trolling, all that like standard stuff that we love doing in the I don't know, Da Harumba Enterprise or whatever the fuck. So far, like, he's not really saying anything, right? Now, we can speculate for as to why that's the case, that he's not really saying anything. Could he be preparing for some actions, again, like I said before? Because mostly what I'm trying to look and try to get out of this in particular is he going to say anything about any of the people that he said are having any form of, like, false allegations against him? That's what I am the most curious about, right? Because, again, I have... Given the dozens of women out there who have had allegations against Sykkuno, are some of them going to be false? Without a shadow of a doubt, right? Without a shadow of a doubt. But it really just depends on what he's going to say and what he's going to do in order to sort of address that. That is what I am mostly trying to see, if he has, like, I don't know, anything in particular to say. That's what I'm mostly curious about.
So, you know, with everything that happened, a lot has changed. And I think I've grown a lot from it in so many ways. And I'd say that's most of the update I've got. It's going a lot better, and I wouldn't be coming back if it wasn't that way.
Okay.
So I do want to thank you guys for showing up, and sorry I've been gone for so long. But yeah, thank you guys is all I can say. And also, of course, thank you to all my friends who, you know, are still supporting me. I don't know if I would have done quite as well if I didn't have such supportive friends who really want the best for me. And yeah,
His friends,
I'm
guys.
very lucky for that. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I can really say about it. I think we're doing better, and we're gonna be back to gaming and stuff like that, and hopefully having a good time.
Is that it? That's it? There's about a minute left. We'll see. I mean, so far this has been... It's a nothing burger. Just like his initial fucking statement. Nothing burger. Is he not going to apologize to any of the people? Like at all? Here's the other question, okay? Does he think... Okay, because this is also a potential option, okay? This is another potential option. I'm going to throw it out there. Does he think that all of the women who came out with allegations against him, like, that they were all liars? That's going to be a really tough sell, especially with Hemomal TV, considering the fact that he admitted to the impropriety on a Discord call in Mugen's video. It's gone now, obviously, but listen, the internet is eternal. You can you can internet archive that shit, no problem. He admitted to this, right? And it's going to be pretty difficult, especially with all the Discord screenshots. So, like, is he... I'm just speculating here, of course. This is a complete speculation on my end, right? I have no evidence to corroborate the thing that I may be potentially suggesting here. Is he going to say that all of them are fucking liars? All of the women who came out with allegations against him? Like I said before, without a shadow of a doubt, some of them probably are, and some of them are like flimsy stories, absolutely. Like, there's holes that you could poke into any fucking story. Most of them, I think, are very weak. I think Hemomal's is, like, pretty rock solid. Same with Althea's. Same with the name of the other girl, the autistic girl. I forget her fucking name. There's a lot of girls who've had stuff to say about Sykkuno. It's gonna be pretty tough. It's gonna be a tough sell. It's gonna be a tough sell for Deku Midoriya over here to make.
Well, that's most of it. Wasn't easy. But yeah, I think, streaming's still gonna be what it's mostly about, which is playing games and hopefully having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's pretty much it. Glad to see you guys again.
That's
Thank
it.
you guys. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people in chat who aren't really are just here for fun or drama or whatever. And that's that. But glad to see you guys again. What are you playing today? Honestly, I'm really, really nervous and scared. I wouldn't be back if I wasn't confidently back, but
Sure, man.
scary. But I do think seeing so many nice messages is definitely helping, and I do think I got some good friends. I think I'm very lucky for that.
Okay, I mean, it's a nothing burger. No apologies to any of the other people. Nothing. Seriously. Yeah, I'm very nervous and very scared. Lost 8K followers the past 2 days per Twitch tracker. Yeah, it seems like it's not being received all that particularly well. It's a nothing burger mostly here. Again, my speculations aside, I'm assuming, right? I'm making a big assumption here. This is a huge speculation. I probably am completely and utterly wrong. Because, again, he said in his initial statement that there was a bunch of people that came out with false allegations against him. Is he going to claim that all of them are false allegations? That's going to be a really, really, really fucking tough sell. I'm going to be quite honest here. I mean, listen. Like I said,
News.
yeah, he's gonna claim fake news for all of them, folks. It's all fake. Everything's fake. Everything against me is fake, folks. That's gonna be not easy. That's not gonna be an easy sell, to be honest. Especially because his reputation at the moment is kind of in the dirt. It's not in particularly well. The only people who really were on Sykkuno's side during all of this were all the conservative fucking dumbasses, and speaking of fucking conservative dumbasses, we gotta think before you sleep. Think before you sleep. Now, this video, we'll be fair to think before you sleep. This video came out before the apology by Sykkuno, right? So there's that in particular. But should we really be surprised that Think Before You Sleep is going to come out in favor of Sykkuno? No, not really, considering the fact that A, Think Before You Sleep is a Nazi little freak, and B, Think Before You Sleep is also the same dude who spent about an hour defending Tectone from his much more, shall we say, a concrete impropriety and actions, considering the fact that he tried so desperately to try to sweep for fucking Tectone for the sexual impropriety that Tectone did on fucking Pinkchu. But we shouldn't be really surprised by Think Before You Sleep, complete fucking Nazi slop merchant, and is a pile of fucking garbage. And should we really be surprised that Think Before You Sleep is going to come out in favor of Sykkuno's fucking impropriety? No, we shouldn't be surprised with this whatsoever. All right, Think Before You Sleep, what do you got for me today, buddy?
I went to Evo
Yep.
Las Vegas alone, but I wasn't alone. I shared a hotel room.
What was the name of this girl again? We also took a look at her allegations as well. Boy Meets Mini, could you remind me? I am really, really bad with fucking names. But this was, again, because I do recall the allegations here pretty decently. Basically, this girl right here, what happened to her is she went to Evo in Las Vegas. Sykkuno lives in Las Vegas. Leia, thank you, Boy Meets Mini. And so she went to Las Vegas for Evo, blah, 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 blah. Went to Sykkuno's hotel room because Sykkuno invited her to her hotel, his hotel room. And they slept together. That was apparently the time where she got, shall we say, metaphorically cracked She lost her virginity there. She was very, very distraught. She talked about how that was, she was not particularly happy about that. She was quite reluctant initially in terms of actually accepting, but Sykkuno kept insisting over and over and over again. And then she eventually relented, and then he finished inside of her, like, you know, fucking came in her fucking pussy, okay? Let's not pussyfoot around, right? So that was the allegations that, of course, that Leia, we'll go with Leia, had against Sykkuno. And, of course, well, the problem is that this is a pattern of behavior, specifically with Sykkuno, that he will, again, get a bunch of girls, you know, get them out to, like, conferences and whatnot, or conventions, rather, not conferences, to a bunch of fucking conventions in order to, essentially, get them in a fucking hotel room, have sex with them, and then fucking dip and move on to the next one. Like, unironically, in that TFT event, he was planning on hooking up with, like, 3 different girls. The one, I don't want to keep calling her the fucking autistic chick, but that's like, I just don't remember her fucking name. But Althea, who he did end up hooking up with, some other girl as well, and the autistic girl from Britain. He was planning on doing it with like 3 different fucking girls at once, which is kind of fucking insane. So, you know, think before you sleep. He should be the kind of guy who should have a big problem with stuff like this, considering the fact that he's a conservative. He should have an issue with people doing, who are unfaithful and who commit fucking sexual impropriety in the way that they do, considering the fact that it is dozens of girls, and it is, again, very often the exact same pattern of fucking behavior. You know, think before you sleep. You would think you should have some problems with this. But for some reason, think before you sleep doesn't want to have any problems with this. If I were to take a guess. If I know my think before you sleep sort of behaviors about as well as I think I do, he is more than likely not going to have issues with this. Because again, think before you sleep, piece of fucking shit. All right, what do we got here?
With Sykkuno, but I didn't know that he had other intentions.
All right, stop. First couple of seconds, and already she's lying to accuse this guy of being a predator. You mean to tell me that you, as an adult, who, by the way, later said she had 3 past relationships, which means she's not new to this stuff. So as an adult, you mean to tell me that you didn't know...
This is already mentally fucking... Dude, she fucking had sex with him, and she didn't know that she was going to get invited into the fucking hotel room so Sykkuno could have sex with her. This is incredible. He's already fucking lying here. This is fantastic. But then again, that's the think before you sleep special. If he can lie, oh, he'll fucking lie. He does not give a fuck. No standards, of course, from Think Before You Sleep, who's totally okay with sexual impropriety.
Oh, that this guy wanted to be alone in a room with you because he wanted to have sex? Bullshit.
I don't sleep with anyone that I'm not dating, and it didn't happen that night. I didn't want it to happen, so instead, I just gave him oral. And then when he fell asleep, I got out of bed and I just ate a banana and I was just staring out the window. I was dissociating. I think I was sort of just dissociating, and I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Pretty normal.
What just happened?
Okay, so you voluntarily had oral sex with a guy that you shared a hotel room with. What's wrong with that? No indications of coercion and no indications that he physically forced you into doing it, so...
Okay, that's not the fucking issue there, Think Before You Sleep. That's not how that fucking works, dumbass. So the problem is that initially she did not think that was going to happen. So the reason why she more than likely gave oral is because, okay, if I give him oral, he'll probably fuck off and he'll be okay with that. That's what it is. That's the thought process there. That's not a fucking good thing, obviously. But again, we're talking about Think Before You Sleep here, and TYBS seemingly has no problem with sexual impropriety. No problem whatsoever.
But why are you speaking like you're the victim of a sexual assault? Anyway, for those of you who are unaware, recently there's been some allegations against a very popular Twitch streamer who goes by Sykkuno or Thomas. A number of girls have come out and accused Sykkuno of being a predator who takes advantage of younger women who are small streamers. This one being Leia, who I guess was a former mod of his, and she's very obviously trying to frame this consensual encounter as a sexual assault. But before we talk about that, recently a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. We're missing a big fucking portion of this story here, Think Before You Sleep. Very interesting that he's not mentioning the fact that, again, literally the next fucking night, because he's only fucking focusing on the oral bit. I wonder why that's the case, Think Before You Sleep. Lying already? Whoa, crazy. About a big portion of that fucking story? talking about how, again, Leia was eventually like watching a TV show with Sykkuno, and then they fucking had sex when Leia made it very, very clear that she did not want to have fucking sex with him. That's a little interesting.
Millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms. They knew their apps could contribute to anxiety, depression, and body image issues, but did not share those risks while prioritizing profits. If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced serious mental health struggles, you should hear this. Morgan & Morgan is stepping up to hold these platforms accountable for the harm they caused. You can use the link in my description or scan the QR code to take a short quiz to see if you qualify for a case. You may be entitled to a potential recovery of over $1,000. All right, so back to Leia's allegations against Sykkuno.
Okay.
I feel like this is the 10th set of false allegations that I've heard about in the past year. I don't know how often this happens with regular people, but with social media influencers or famous people in general, false accusations are rampant because accusers have an extreme incentive to make them. They get clout, they get money, or some of them are just crazy and
Whoa. It's fucking hilarious that he put the fucking Brett Kavanaugh accuser there, which, again, corroborated and definitely has credible fucking accusations of sexual impropriety against the, God, I forget the name of her, of Brett Kavanaugh's main fucking accuser. Yeah, same with fucking E. Jean Carroll. And the other chick he put there, oh, God, I forget her fucking name. But it's the fucking Lex Updog. That's her fucking name. It's Lex Updog who accused Super Mega, I think, of some form of impropriety. Now with that one, I think that was like a more sussy fucking case, and apparently Lex Updog did lie in the case of that as well. Christine Blasey Ford, thank you, Boy Meets Mini. The Christine Blasey Ford stuff had way more fucking credible evidence to it, in particular. But then again, we're talking about Think Before You Sleep here. Think Before You Sleep will basically run cover for any fucking man who is going through a fucking Me Too case. And that's the biggest problem specifically with Think Before You Sleep. He will just, by default, take the side of the man here. And like I said before, if we're talking about Me Too cases, right, you believe the accusations at face value until you hear the other side of the fucking story. And the reason why you have to take the woman's side of the story inherently at the beginning is for one reason and one reason only. Because very often, women are not believed as, like, first order fucking principle. Everyone will just look at what the woman is saying, just be like, oh yeah, you're just like a fucking stupid, annoying ass bitch who just wants to get a bunch of clout, blah, 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 blah. Why should we believe anything that you have to say? Yada, 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 right? So Me Too basically says, like, okay, how about instead of just inherently dismissing what the woman has to say, which is what was happening historically speaking, we listen, believe women, you believe what the woman is saying, unless it is said otherwise. But Think Before You Sleep doesn't operate that way because, again, he's like a fucking weirdo who wants, like, everything to go back to the 1950s.
And they get to get revenge against an ex for breaking up with them. And there's really no downsides for the accuser, even if their allegations are very obviously false. No one goes to jail.
Oh, E. Jean Carroll's accusations were very, very fucking false. Really? Think Before You Sleep. Then why did she win $5 million in a jury of her peers that had a fucking Tim Pool viewer? In fucking credible. So far it's exactly like Think Before You Sleep is acting exactly as I fucking predicted, and he just takes the side of the fucking man without like much thinking whatsoever into looking any of the sort of like situation of the case. Like, this is standard TYBS.
No one loses their career over it. They don't even get a fine for it. So there's a high reward to virtually no risk, and worse, it hurts actual victims who are actually abused. That being said, let's go back to Leia's vast misrepresentations of her...
Oh, you don't give a flying fuck at all about actual victims that are being hurt, bro. You don't give a shit about that whatsoever. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep. Wannabe rapist.
...with Sykkuno.
And I didn't ask him to share a room with me. I just simply asked him, hey, are you going to Evil Las Vegas? He said yes. And I said, oh, I'm trying to go this year. I'm looking at hotels and everything's so expensive. Do you pretty much have like any recommendations? Like, I know he lives in Las Vegas. And he said, oh, you're planning on coming. I actually have room if you just want a room with me. And I said, and I at first was not against it.
Now, yeah, here's the thing specifically. Now, if I recall correctly, there were some like Discord messages that had some, I don't remember what the Discord messages is. This is probably maybe one of the ones where Sykkuno may say that there are some false allegations against him, right? what Leia basically said in some Discord messages that came out kind of contradicted some of the stuff that she said. Now, I don't 100% remember what it is. It's been a while since I've taken a look at this case. But again, like I said before, if what she is saying is inaccurate, obviously we can say, like, okay, she was fucking wrong, blah, 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 blah. We could just all then move on with our fucking lives. Like, I have no problem with really saying that whatsoever. Whatever. I don't give a shit. But the problem is like I said before, with Think Before You Sleep, as a first order principle with this motherfucker, he will just not believe any of the accusations that the women have against them as, like, a first order principle. Because, again, wannabe fucking predator.
I was like, are you sure? Like, no, I don't want to intrude. Like, I don't mind getting my own hotel. He said, no, like, I have extra room. I already paid for it. And I even asked him, I'm like, are you rooming with a group or with friends? And he said, no, but there's 2 beds. So, like, you'll get your own bed.
She starts by saying, but I didn't ask him for a room. I'm guessing she's trying to make it seem like he forced it on her, but it's very obvious that she was asking for a room.
Wow, this is incredible. Wait, how the fuck can you make that inference, TYBS? Or TBYS? This is fucking incredible. Listen, victim blaming. He loves to victim blame. Like, immediately. How? How do you know that? Yeah, she never said it was fucking forced. She was initially saying, like, listen, if you're really busy with a bunch of stuff, I don't want to get in the way with that, blah, 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 blah. Also, TBYS, what he's not going to say, or probably ever mention whatsoever, is that Sykkuno fucking lives in Las Vegas. Kind of fucking suspicious, right? Like, now, why would Sykkuno, you should ask yourselves this question, why the fuck would Sykkuno get a hotel room in Las Vegas when he fucking lives there? That's a little suspicious, isn't it? Now, is TYBS, is he going to have any fucking questions about that sort of potential problem there whatsoever? If I know TYBS about as well as I think I do, and I think I know this guy pretty well, he's not going to fucking question that under any fucking circumstance.
When she said, gosh, gee, I want to go to Evo so badly, but the rooms are so expensive. Do you have any recommendations? He's like, yeah, my room. Leia, you can't Google or use Expedia to find the cheapest hotel? You're a really terrible liar. Basically, this is her asking for a room without...
How do you know that this is a fucking lie, though, right? She literally said, like, I can go get my own hotel room. This is incredible. How do you know it's a lie? How do you know that? It's fucking stupid. Like, unironically, this dude will just be like, oh yeah, the woman definitely being a lie. He's definitely a fucking liar. Isn't really telling the truth here. Yeah, like, listen, Vegas definitely not fucking cheap here. I mean, he has a bunch of, I think these are like Trivago links or whatever the fuck. I like, what? You literally said that Leia is obviously a fucking smaller streamer, right? I have no idea what her financials are, and TYBS or TBYS sure as shit does not know what her fucking financials are either, right? This motherfucker doesn't know either. So, again, you just saying, like, forehead, like, you should just be able to afford the fucking goddamn hotel room. Why are you complaining to Sykkuno in this way? Is very, very fucking disingenuous. It's like, you don't know what her fucking income is. You literally said that she is a smaller fucking streamer. How do you know that she has a good enough income to be able to afford being able to go to fucking... You don't fucking know that. You have no idea. But then again, we're dealing with Think Before You Sleep here, who is a perennial fucking liar and will do literally anything to victim blame a woman.
Not being direct, because that's just how women operate. Oh, but don't worry, because there's 2 beds in the room. Let me put it this way, guys. If you were in a relationship, would you let your girlfriend go to a video game tournament by herself and share a room with a super famous multi-millionaire streamer who she mods for? If there were 2 beds?
Wait, hold on. Wait, does she have a fucking girlfriend? I don't recall her saying if she had a fucking boyfriend at this time. Hello? This is the thing. It's the constant fucking lying with Think Before You Sleep. He loves this. He loves to fucking lie.
Would women trust their boyfriend in a situation like this?
But me, being a dumbass and not being very very strong in, like, mentally, not physically. I mean, like maybe this is a people pleaser in me, but and maybe, I don't know, benefit the doubt, or because I still thought he was cute, or I don't know. He tried to make a move on me, resolute, I don't know. But he made a move on me. It did take like 30 minutes.
Right, a people pleaser. That's definitely a red flag word. But how is he able to make a move on you?
How the fuck is that a red flag word? Like, in what way? TYBS or TBYS, do you not understand that women inherently within society are supposed to be quote-unquote the fucking people pleasers? That's called fucking misogyny. Like, in patriarchy, that's inherently how it fucking works. But then again, we're talking about Think Before You Sleep here, who is a dude who is seemingly okay with rape. Yes, exactly there, Alex. Like, predators take advantage of people who are fucking vulnerable. But again, we're talking about Think Before You Sleep here, right? Like, he loves and has no problems at all whatsoever with people being taken advantage of. Because again, fucking piece of shit over here.
There were 2 separate beds and you didn't want to do anything, right? So why would you be sitting close enough for him to make a move when the selling point of the room was that there's enough space for you to keep your distance? As a side note, though, really one of the best ways to...
What? Like, why? How the fuck do you know that? Do you even know what hotel they were in? Wait, Think Before You Sleep. Have you ever been in a hotel room with 2 fucking, like, single beds in there? They're typically going to be right next to each other. You don't know what kind of fucking goddamn hotel room they were in. This is incredible to me. He just lies. He's just, again, this is the biggest problem here with Think Before You Sleep. Instantaneous jumps to conclusions in order to go after the fucking women. Constant pattern of behavior with Think Before You Sleep.
to tell if someone's lying is to ask them specific questions about the event that would be obvious if it actually happened. Most people aren't smart enough to be able to perfectly fabricate a story, so if they're lying, they'll stumble when they try to give specific details, or they'll give answers that don't make sense. But here's the reality of this situation between Sykkuno and Leia. We all know what Netflix and chill means, and 30 minutes after the door closed, she was already getting intimate with him, so she basically wasted no time. This is where the oral happens.
Wait, this is just not even the case whatsoever. Sykkuno was the one who was starting to get intimate with her. He's lying here again. This is incredible.
I just gave him oral. Okay, this is like so personal. Like I don't talk about my intimate life at all. But I don't sleep with anyone that I'm not dating.
Obviously, that's a lie. Not only did you get intimate with a person who you weren't in a relationship with, but he didn't even have to buy you dinner first. That's like the definition of easy.
I barely slept that night.
Bro, this is fucking insane. But then again, you know, wannabe fucking predator here. Think before you fucking sleep. He has no problems whatsoever with Sykkuno's fucking actions here, right? Because again, that doesn't necessarily mean the fucking chick is easy. That's not how that fucking works, dumbass. It could be, again, a byproduct of the fucking environment. It could be a bunch of other reasons. Because, again, this motherfucker is jumping to a bunch of fucking conclusions here. He's lying, again, about the situation, right? She basically was, she was in the fucking goddamn room with him, right? Netflix and chill doesn't always necessarily mean sex. Think before you sleep, okay? Like, you might want to fucking check yourself before you wreck yourself, before you decide to do any fucking form of impropriety yourself. Dumbass who used to be married to fucking Brittany Venti, or had a relationship with Brittany Venti. Just because you go into someone's room to watch Netflix with them, does that mean you're inherently going in there to have sex with them? No, that's not how any of this shit fucking works whatsoever. There is no evidence to really suggest whatsoever that that inherently you're supposed to like go in there with a desire of trying to have sex with the guy. Like that's just not how any of this works. But then again, think before you sleep. Does he care about any of this stuff? No.
Then in the morning, he didn't really want to talk about it.
Talk about what? You consented to oral. What's there to talk about? I mean, outside of you clearly trying to make consent look like rape.
And I was just kind of trying to open it up. And
that's, again, like, in a normal fucking relationship, think before you sleep. You think about the actions that you took with the fucking partner all the time? Hello? You know, okay, you know what, I'll fucking say it. This is fucking rapist mentality. This is what this is. Like, listen, when the lefties talk about fucking rape culture, this is what they fucking mean, think before you sleep. Now, listen, I know that's like a trigger word for you, because, again, you're not very intelligent or bright, or whatsoever, but this is what lefties mean, think before you sleep, when they talk about rape culture, okay? Because you're having a bit of a rapist mentality, think before you sleep, and that's a bad thing.
Talk to him about like what happened. We were going to talk about it, I don't know, later or something. I don't know, but I can't remember. But he ends up hugging me, but then pushes me onto the bed from the hug. And we end up having sex. I didn't have it in me to tell him to stop. So I just let it happen. And while this was happening, while we were doing it, I always wear protection. And I only sleep with people I'm in a relationship with. So I'm not used to one night stands or anything like that. But we were not using protection, and I'm legally hard of hearing, if you guys don't know already. But in the heat of the moment, he asked me if it was safe, and I didn't hear him, but I just said, and he finished.
That sounds a lot like consent. Not only did you not say no or give any resistance, but
Wait, that's not consent! That's not consent, buddy! That's not how that works! Oh, no! Uh-oh. I think before you sleep, that's not how fucking consensual relationships work, buddy. She didn't fucking say yes, which means it's inherently non-consensual. But then again, think before you sleep. This motherfucker is okay with fucking assaults being happening to women. That's literally not how any of this fucking shit works. This is fucking incredible. Like she said herself before, she was disassociating when the initial sort of deed even fucking happened from the beginning. But then again, this think before you sleep, I care about any of that stuff. No, because this is a motherfucker who is seemingly has no fucking problems whatsoever with impropriety being done to women.
openly said yes to unprotected sex when he asked. Oh, but she's like sort of deaf or something, therefore it's sexual assault. I mean, if you didn't want to be intimate, you could have began with, I don't want to have sex, when he initiated that morning. Did you
but he fucking forced himself upon her, you dumbass, based off of her fucking testimony. God. Listen, when I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but this think before you sleep is a real fucking piece of work, and this is what I fucking mean by this guy's he's a real fucking piece of work.
not say that you refused him the night before and went with oral instead? How are you suddenly not able to say no? And also, it being the case that you are a helpless people pleaser who can't say no.
Again, this is a thing that happens very, very commonly, again, within a lot of these fucking dynamics, because, well, think before you sleep doesn't care about any of that, because he's okay with rape, seemingly. But in a lot of these fucking cases, right, women have a societal expectation put upon them. Okay, think before you sleep. Okay, this may be kind of difficult for you to understand, but women very often have a expectation placed upon them to have to be people who are not going to be too much in the way of a man, who are not going to be too much of a fucking hassle for the man whatsoever, right? This is a very, very common thing. Think before you sleep, okay? Pay attention, because this is important. He is, a lot of men, societally speaking, have been, not really trained. I don't think it's, like, correct to say trained, but essentially have been given a permission structure to do a lot of potentially sussy, lascivious fucking actions and not really face any of the fucking consequences of that whatsoever. This is a very, very common thing that happens in a lot of these fucking situations. And this is pretty much something that's also happening right here. Sykkuno has been getting away with this stuff seemingly like either tens of or dozens of times or a lot of fucking times. So he feels like he can probably get away with a bunch of this stuff, which is not a fucking good thing. But then again, think before you sleep is the type of dude who doesn't really give much of a shit about any of that. And it should really go without saying that, again, she more than likely completely disassociated from the whole situation when it was happening, right? These things happen very quickly. The dynamics change instantaneously on a fucking dime like this. And most women, what they're going to do is disassociate and try not to, I'm trying to think of like what the best way to put this is, like not make too much of a fuss, because again, they know, right, that inherently, given the society that we're in right now, it's highly patriarchal, there's going to be a lot of favoritism to the men given in these particular situations. Very, very fucking often. It's a tough situation out there for a lot of women. And people like think before you sleep certainly do not make the situation a lot better by inherently saying like, well, this lascivious fucking whore, she was just like, what, completely like a baby and decided to like disassociate and stuff like that. You know, why wasn't she taking any actions? Why couldn't she just say no? Forehead. It's just like, dog, it's like Sykkuno forced himself upon her. She was shocked already before from the oral. It makes sense that she would be shocked again if we're like looking at patterns of fucking behavior. It makes perfect fucking sense that probably she was just like, oh, fuck, I guess we're doing this again. Like, okay, whatever. This is a bad thing, yada, yada, yada. I'm not really comfortable with this, but I don't want to make too much of a fucking fuss in the hotel room while at fucking Evo, right? Is probably what she's thinking in the back of her fucking subconscious, right? Now, I'm not a mind reader. We're never actually going to know exactly blah, 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 blah. We can only fucking speculate here. The problem that I'm specifically having with Think Before You Sleep is him is immediately just like waving it all off and trying to blame the woman in the situation for this. Because again, he hears some particular buzzwords and then all of a sudden, woman has to be at fault. Woman just has to be at fault. Woman's just trying to get a fucking false accusation. She's trying to do a false Me Too accusation against Sykkuno here. Has to inherently be like that. It's like, no, that's not how any of this works. Think Before You Sleep.
No to anything, even though you did before. But that being the case, why did you put yourself in a position where you were alone in a hotel room with a guy who you think is single and you admitted you were attracted to?
Because I still thought he was cute.
Why the fuck does that matter? Again, because no one knew that he had a girlfriend at this time. Think Before You... Do you know about any of the situation that led up to this at all whatsoever? I'm going to assume no.
Or
Isn't that kind of a bad position to be in if you want to maintain the standard of only being intimate with guys that you're dating? So I don't believe you at all. And personally, I'm kind of tired of all these...
Of course. You know, like, dude, how the fuck do you know that? Like... She didn't know. She was operating under the assumption that Sykkuno was probably not going to fucking do anything, right? Because she was thinking that Sykkuno is like a normal human being and is probably a good person or whatever. And then because most people don't just like do random fucking assaults on people, like for no reason, Think Before You Sleep. But then again, like you are the type of dude who seemingly is okay with this fucking behavior. So I personally, I have no idea what Think Before You Sleep might be thinking when it comes to a lot of these actions that may happen. I don't know. Maybe he is just fine with a lot of these fucking actions that are done against women. Because again, we're dealing with a fucking far-right little freak here who's okay with women, shall we say, who's okay seemingly with a bunch of women who just get, I don't know, their due, I guess, for lack of a better term, in terms of like impropriety. Because again, we're dealing with a fucking virulent misogynist here and Think Before You Sleep. Like, he is a piece of shit, dude. These
women asking to be treated like children when they're basically in their mid-20s like Leia, or even people who are in their 30s who have dated multiple people yet want to pretend that they don't know obvious information about how relationships work so they can falsely accuse someone.
This is actually probably the worst one of these videos that I've ever seen in my life. It's very weird that she's framing her own supposed moral guideline as an implication that...
I'm going to tell you right now, if you're getting your main fucking arguments and clips from Asmongold, who literally had a fucking crash out because of Stavros making fun of him for being a forever alone fucking incel, and he had a fucking crash out on stream over that. You're already fucking losing on principle, buddy.
He did something wrong. So but you weren't in a relationship with him at all. You obviously agreed to give him a blowjob, and then you have sex with him the next day. Like, I don't want to sound like an asshole, right?
So again, okay, Asmongold is already lying here about the situation. No, fucking Sykkuno forced himself upon her. So again, Asmongold is lying about the situation inherently, because of course he is, because Asmongold is a fucking incel. But whatever. Shouldn't be really surprising whatsoever. My whole channel is based on clips of Asmongold. Might want to fucking check again there next to whatever the fuck your name is. Might want to check again there, buddy. No, my whole channel is not based around Asmon. So, no. I mean, if you just want to say a bunch of like mentally ill fucking bullshit, that's your prerogative. I'm just gonna make fun of you and say that you're mentally fucking ill, and maybe that you're actually the one who's obsessed with Asmongold. I'm just saying. But Asmongold is already being inherently incorrect here about the situation at hand, like not inherently mentioning about how Sykkuno forced himself upon her. But whatever, Asmongold doesn't really give up much of a flying fuck about any of that stuff. But as expected, of course, coming from an incel who recently had a fucking crash out over the fact that a Greek unk made fun of him. Very, very funny. Should we really be surprised that this fucking dumbass, this incel dipshit in Asmongold, pushing 40 by the way, complaining about not having a fucking girlfriend, is going to be wrong about the situation at hand? I, for one, am particularly not shocked whatsoever.
But in my opinion, something like this is either rape or it's not. And the fact that she's framing it like, oh, I only do this. And the reason why I think she's doing that, and maybe not the reason, but I think that what's happening is that you hear that, and then the implication is that, well, then why did she do it? And then your mind goes to the perspective of maybe he made her do it.
Yeah, but clearly she consented to all of it, which is why she isn't making any strong statements, because if I were...
She clearly did not consent to... did not consent to fucking Sykkuno forcing himself upon her. Think before you sleep. That's the fucking problem, buddy. But then again, you're okay with rape.
Sykkuno, and Leia made any statements here that could legally get her into trouble, I would be suing the shit out of her. Though I don't get why Leia made this video in the first place. She even says that she stayed friends with Sykkuno after the event, despite pretending that this entirely consensual interaction was traumatic. Allegedly, this all happened 3 years ago when she was around 23.
Okay, the problem is, think before you sleep, is that a lot of people tend to disassociate in situations like this, and they, broadly speaking, are just like, oh, that was kind of shocking here. There's a thing that consistently happens in a lot of these situations, think before you sleep. But then again, you are okay with sexual impropriety.
So why the change of heart now? Well, that's because recently it was revealed that Sykkuno was in a long-term relationship when he got with Leia, and not only that, but he also had a whole lineup of women that he was seeing at events and hooking up with. And to talk about that, we'll have to talk more about who Sykkuno is. Sykkuno became super famous after seemingly clout-sharking a more famous streamer named Lily Pichu during COVID. Many such nepotistic cases on Twitch. Anyway, Sykkuno is primarily known for his expert gameplay at Among Us, ironically.
Yeah, dude, think before you sleep. Well-known, non-nepo baby fucking YouTuber. But okay, bro. Nice meme.
And acting like an anime character.
I do usually get a negative KDA.
That's not true, you liar.
What? Well, I mean, honestly, I don't really keep track.
Every time I play with you, you have a positive kill-death ratio.
That's because I sweat extra hard because I want you to think I'm cool or something, you know? You know, Pokey, if it made you smile, then that's enough for me.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
You trying to date or something?
What? No, I was just trying... What? Wait, what? You are extremely popular.
No, I'm still growing. I'm still growing, sir.
Huh? Oh,
still have
I meant you're extremely popular with me. Because you're really cool.
Aw.
Personally, I thought that most people would think a guy in his 30s talking this way is pretty cringe, but apparently tons of women eat this shit up, and Sykkuno gained one of the largest female followings as a streamer.
I just thought everyone knew that shy anime boys didn't exist in the real world. I thought we were all in on this kind of persona he was putting forth. Guys, we know he's not a
Listen, let's be honest here. Fucking parasociality is incredibly fucking powerful. Again, the way Sykkuno basically modeled himself is like based off of a lot of fucking K-pop groups. A lot of K-pop e-boy groups specifically. And this is how they fucking behave specifically. But then again, I think Before You Sleep's not going to be honest about any of that. Because bro is honest about literally nothing.
shy anime boy, right? He's a 30-year-old man. This is like a persona thing. In the past, where any one of us would push back against that persona publicly, his fans would get really upset at us, like, quote-unquote bullying him. I had to yell at his fans or be yelled at by his fans because I was treating him like an adult.
Yeah, I never would have guessed that this would be such an effective strategy. As much as feminist video essayists of the past have made a million videos saying that manic pixie dream girl relationships like Ramona Flowers and Scott Pilgrim don't actually exist, apparently that type of relationship is exactly what tons of women want.
Right there, maybe a little bit, like, you know.
That's not how that fucking works, you fucking dumbass. Again, it's called parasociality. It's a little fucking different, right? Just like, again, because guess what? Shoe goes on the other foot consistently, but does Think Before You Sleep know about any of that? No. But there are a bunch of quote-unquote girl failure fucking streamers, right? Like the fucking Rat Girl and the one Pakistani who tried to be racist for whatever fucking reason. How this shit inherently fucking works, Think Before You Sleep, it is purely built off of parasocial fucking relationships. That's how all of this fucking functions, right? But then again, your dumbass doesn't fucking give a shit about any of that, because in reality, you are someone who just wants to run a bunch of cover for people within power, because again, you're a wannabe fucking predatory piece of shit, it seems. So again, given the fact that this is how a lot of these relationships, generally speaking, work, built off of parasocial relationships that the streamer builds with their fucking content creator, okay? This is how it works, right? In fucking streaming, with a lot of parasocial sort of behaviors, it makes it such that the audience is going to be inherently idolizing the fucking content creator in particular. That's how this stuff works, Think Before You Sleep. Does Think Before You Sleep understand how a lot of these fucking relationships inherently work? I mean, maybe not, because I don't think anyone would ever want to be in like a parasocial arena sort of relationship with a freak like him. not really surprising whatsoever, given how much of a fucking weirdo he is.
You're such a... Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, you're actually so much braver than I thought.
Only because you're here.
Alright, I'm in the extreme.
Ew, cringe. But to put it simply,
Very
Sykkuno is
cringe.
basically the male version of Pokimane. He pretends to be an anime character, while Pokimane will LARP as a Japanese girl by doing stuff like covering her mouth while she laughs.
I am wishing you a happy new year, and I'm rooting for us.
I wonder how many times she practiced or reshot that moment where she blows out the candles until it had the perfect anime level of kawaii. You can see there's a cut right before she blows out the candles. So while Pokimane will do this anime girl shit, Sykkuno does the male version of that by acting like Izuku from My Hero Academia or Ken from Dandadan. I never would have guessed that the uwu male anime character archetype was designed to actually attract women because I just see it as cringe. Now, before we move on, let's just get the obvious out of the way. I do not like Sykkuno as a person. I don't enjoy defending someone who has routinely cheated on his long-term girlfriend, while at the same time, hiding that relationship from the women that he got involved with. This is not a good person. This is someone who is probably just as manipulative and deceptive as Pokimane. So it's not a shock that Sykkuno and Pokimane were friends.
I'm trying to see exactly, right? Like, what exactly does he mean by, like, Pokimane is, like, deceptive and manipulative, right? Again, this is standard of fucking idol culture. This is how it fucking works, right? Like, this is how it pretty much works one-to-one, TYBS. Like, duh. Listen, I'm sorry that you're seemingly, like, too much of an uninteresting fucking hack to ever cultivate a relationship like this because of how much of, like, a weirdo little fucking freak you are. Yeah, listen. Obviously, that is the one thing we can agree on with TYBS is the fact that Sykkuno is a piece of fucking shit. But then again, like, TYBS in reality doesn't have much of a problem whatsoever with the exploitation that Sykkuno was mostly engaging with, right? He's mostly trying to use this as a cudgel to, well, attack Pokimane, but also attack women who have sexual assault allegations in general, because again, we're dealing with someone who is a piece of shit.
Friends. However, despite not liking Sykkuno, what I hate even more is how often people are trying to blur the lines between what is and what isn't sexual assault. Being an asshole doesn't make you a rapist. Not liking someone as a person doesn't mean that the allegations against them are true, and I want to emphasize that...
Okay, but again, none of the girls knew that he was in a fucking relationship. So I have to ask you this fucking question then, Think Before You Sleep. Do you think that any of the girls would have engaged in any of these actions if they knew he had a girlfriend? I'm going to tell you right now, because the whole persona that he has, if it is known that he has a girlfriend, it instantaneously fucking falls apart, right? So that's why he wants to maintain the fucking persona for as long as possible, right? Because guess what? That's what he's using in order to make a bunch of money, Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, that's how this works, buddy.
Because an uncomfortable amount of people will decide that someone is guilty or not based on how much they like them, instead of the actual facts of the case. That part of human nature is why we're lucky that the criminal legal standard in America is innocent until proven guilty. That being said, let's move on to the next accuser, the one who actually started all the drama, a she-her who goes by Hemamal or Mal, and what a shock, she has an OnlyFans or a Patreon. Same difference. It seems like anytime there's a false allegation on social media, there's an OnlyFans chick close by. Guys need to learn their lesson and stay away from these women. Anyway, Mal posted a Google Doc on Twitter.
How the fuck do you know that that's entirely the fucking case there, Think Before You Sleep? Or are we just doing, like, the same, like, 3 IQ, just, dumbassery or something? You know, I better hope that, wait, hold on. Let's just see. Does Think Before You Sleep have a Patreon? I'm curious. Does he have a fucking Patreon? That's his, lawsuit stuff. I better hope that fucking, Think Before You Sleep never had a fucking goddamn, Patreon, whatsoever. Wait, why the fuck is there a Hassan Piker? Okay. Should I be really surprised at all whatsoever that he's bringing in Hassan Piker into all of this? Whatever. Shouldn't be surprised whatsoever. But Think Before You Sleep. If I ever see that you had a fucking Patreon before in the past, because again, that's a tool that a lot of content creators use in order to be able to further monetize for themselves. For what reason exactly? Oh, because very often they tend to get demonetized, so they have to use Patreon and other fucking platforms like that in order to have a fucking income so they can continue doing their fucking creation. It makes sense that a bunch of them are going to do that through Patreon, because Patreon is a widely agreed platform that can have these sort of, like, people or fans directly fucking donate to the fucking content creators. But again, just Think Before You Sleep care about any of that stuff. No, because again, for him, it's all about just, like, low IQ, fucking just turn brain off. Woman has an OnlyFans and is doing fucking... Also, I don't even know if Hemamal has an OnlyFans. I think she has a fan sleep, but whatever. These people don't care about that. The word equals bad. Yeah, dude. Because Patreon which is going to allow for more certain different kinds of content, which a bunch of other platforms are not going to be okay with, is going to be like I don't know, inherently bad because of that. Because they're okay with, like, say, more lascivious or more spicy fucking content in particular. I mean, it's just fucking stupid, man. That's not an inherent knock on the platform itself. But then again, think before you sleep. Very stupid. Doesn't care about any of that.
Twitter and captions it, exposing Sykkuno, a serial cheater, master manipulator, and dangerous predator. Well, that's pretty spicy. When you use the word predator, I'm thinking he's like a sex offender or a criminal. So that's a pretty serious allegation. Let's hear why she made it.
Again, think before you sleep is inherently not understanding what the term predator means. Because, again, since he is okay with the exploitation of women, it is about exploitation, which, yes, you can certainly make the fucking argument that, whoa, shocker, Sykkuno is a fucking predator. Yes, you can definitely make the fucking goddamn claim that he is a fucking predator based off of that. But this motherfucker doesn't care about any of that.
Starts the document off by saying, on Valentine's Day of this year, I was followed on Twitter by Sykkuno. I thought it was amazing that such a big content creator even knew I existed, let alone followed me on social media. He had been my role model and someone I looked up to for a long time, ever since my days in high school. However, what I learned about Sykkuno after that day would make me regret my decision. Alright, so already she's framing him as a child groomer by saying, he was my role model and I've looked up to him since high school.
Holy shit, think before you sleep. Do you know what a parasocial relationship is? I don't think Before You Sleep knows how parasociality works. Or he probably does, but he's being purposefully obtuse about it.
Because of that, let's be clear by saying that everyone involved in these allegations was over the age of 18. I believe Mal is 20 and Leia was like 22 or 23 at the time of her allegations. I don't care if Sykkuno is currently 34. They're all consenting adults, and I've been getting annoyed at how often people are being called child predators for doing stuff with another adult. So after these opening statements, Mal urges all other victims to come forward because there's strength in numbers. Oh, so they're victims now. Victims of what exactly? Page 2. After
like being predated upon, because again, as the allegations have gone over, because again, it's not just Hemelmal who literally had allegations. I believe weren't one of the victims 17. I don't remember 100% for certain there, Boy Meets Mini, but I do recall some of them were pretty close in terms of age. He was cutting it certainly a bit close, but whatever. 18-year-olds, people who are very young, you know, Think Before You Sleep doesn't care about any of that because he's in fact, in reality, he's okay with a lot of the impropriety that's sort of happening here because, again, Think Before You Sleep is a pile of dog shit. If we're talking about specifically the behaviors that are going on in particular Think Before You Sleep, again, it's a pattern of behavior. This is a that which Mal was talking about is consistent with a lot of the other people who came out with allegations also against Sykkuno. So again, given the fact that there is a lot of corroborating evidence for what Sykkuno fucking did, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of the girls and a lot of people are saying like, given the fact that this is the same pattern of behavior that this motherfucker is broadly speaking engaging with, I think it made a lot of sense why a lot of people kind of looked at that rather and said like, wow, this guy's kind of a piece of shit because he did all the exact same things with all these fucking girls. Kind of fucking crazy. But then again, Think Before You Sleep doesn't care about any of that. Why? Because he's okay with the behaviors in reality.
Valentine's Day, I was so excited about him following me that I told a friend who then urged me to strike up a conversation. I finally worked up the courage to send him a DM, and he replied right away. Okay, so pay attention. Sykkuno did not start the conversation. Mal started the conversation. She approached him. All he did was follow her on Twitter. I don't know, maybe he was gooning one day and wanted to save the account. I mean, there are plenty of big random accounts on Twitter who follow me, and I've never messaged them or followed them back. Following someone is not a big deal or a predatory act. So let's be clear, much like Leia initiated the conversation about hotel rooms, Mal initiated this conversation.
Okay, hold on. Is Mal saying that was the inherently the starting of the fucking predatory behavior there, Think Before You Sleep? Is that what she's saying here? Are we just gonna lie? I think we're just gonna be constantly lying here. Oh yeah, I do. I'm not. Yeah, I've also seen those exact same comments there. Boy Meets Mini. I mean, again, we're dealing with a collection of like complete piles of fucking garbage here. Like, Think Before You Sleep is a Nazi. He has had a relationship with Brittany Venti, who is a Nazi. So, you know, should we really be surprised that Think Before You fucking sleep is okay with these actions? Nah, he doesn't give a fuck. Listen, if he can blame woman, then he'll just blame woman. That's how Think Before You Sleep basically operates.
Conversation too. Then Maul talks about them playing games together online and titles a chapter, Interest in Where I Live, to, I guess, portray Sykkuno as a crazy stalker. After this, she says, Sykkuno made...
That was not the fucking intention of what that fucking section was about, you fucking dumbass. Like, because Sykkuno was talking about where she was living so then he could meet up with her and hook up with her, you fucking idiot. That was the point.
Made plans to meet me IRL. It was set to be the same weekend as Dokumi 2026, since he was flying over anyway to attend TwitchCon EU. Going to the aquarium would be our first date. I also learned that there is a 15-year age gap between us. She puts this text in bold to, again, I guess, make him look like a child predator, even though she's an adult. What I find weird, though, is how is she just learning...
Okay. Jesus Christ. I guess, like, Think Before You Sleep is totally okay with fucking grooming. Okay, so, Think Before You Sleep. How old was fucking Sykkuno at this point in time? He was, let's just say real quick for the people in the back, he was 34 years old messaging a 19-year-old. Think Before You Sleep. I don't know how old you are, but do you think it is not weird that a 34-year-old man is fucking, with a girlfriend, keep in mind, is messaging a fucking, like, 19-year-old? Or a 20-year-old at this time? Someone who just graduated high school? Do you not think that's a little weird, right? Because that's a little weird. Like, why is a 34-year-old messaging a 19-year-old? That's just strange, right? A little weird.
His age. She said she was a fan for years. He was even a role model, and his age is public information. You never Googled it? But even if she didn't know, if she really thought the age difference was a problem, then she could have just stopped. I don't see why his age is...
Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe she just didn't fucking give a shit. Again, parasociality is a thing. Right? Maybe she did look it up at some point in time. Maybe it did cross her mind that it's a little weird that a 34-year-old is fucking messaging her. You don't know that. You have no fucking idea. I have no idea. You have no idea. We can't just operate under the assumption that she just inherently knew to, like, stop messaging Sykkuno, or, like, inherently sort of just be like, oh, well, you know, I saw the age gap and whatever. And then I decided to just put it down and stop. With the jabroni who styles himself as a male idol, she has already a prior parasocial fucking relationship with, and also she watched him a ton during fucking COVID when he got fucking popular. Like, I hope it really goes without saying, just the amount of factors that I'm going through in this particular sort of instance to indicate, again, not to say that, like, I'm trying to, like, I don't know, like, infantilize Mal or some shit, right? This is just how these relationships, generally speaking, work. This is how a lot of parasociality works in general, right? But then again, we are talking about Think Before You Sleep here. Probably does not know how a parasocial relationship works, because I'm going to be honest here, bro has bro has no fucking idea what those are, because no one wants to have a parasocial relationship with this fucking jabroni. Dude, I've had to refuse attention from a 24-year-old because they thought I was 27. I'm 37. I was 35 at the time this happened. Yeah, it's just a thing that happens sometimes, right? Like, you can present yourself in a way that looks way younger than you actually look, or whatever. This is a thing that happens very, very fucking commonly. And again, since Sykkuno styles himself as a fucking e-boy, he makes himself look younger than he actually fucking appears. So should we really be surprised at all that any of these women are just going to be, like, I don't know, surprised whatsoever about the fact that they may be learning that he's a fucking, like, a 34-year-old man or some shit, when in reality they had no idea about this shit from the beginning? No, you shouldn't be surprised by that whatsoever. But then again, Think Before You Sleep here is a piece of fucking dog shit.
Is relevant here, considering that she was aware of it and yet continued to have a conversation about moving in with him right after first talking with him. With Sykkuno, our relationship moved so...
Well, that's because literally Sykkuno was the first one who fucking ended up bringing up that... Okay, whatever.
Incredibly fast, it almost felt like a dream. It was like he could make anything I wanted happen, and as someone as prolific and successful as him, I had no reason to doubt anything he said to me. Then she talks about a cat or something. So here we have a full display of Maul's motivations for interacting with Sykkuno. She starts by saying, "Oh my god, a famous person followed me, I should message him." Now she's discussing visa options and a possible move-in while saying, he can make anything I wanted happen. Okay, so Mal is definitely a sociopath. Both of them this is how being predatory works, you dumbass motherfucker.
Jesus Christ. Like, this is literally how it works, you stupid, stupid motherfucker. But then again, think before you sleep as a dude who would be okay with abuse.
Probably are, but let's be clear, the kind of relationship that Mal is describing is not one where she's like in love or enjoys Sykkuno's company or admires personality traits he has. Her description of his value is, look at all the stuff I can get from him.
One of the best months of Among Us. I feel like I shouldn't say numbers, but I will say I made more than I...
You know, Hamel Mal is actually the one who's being predatory here because he just wants to interact with Sykkuno just to get at his clout and fucking money and shit like that. Yeah, it's like, that's... Holy, you can really tell that this motherfucker, yeah, gold digger accusations, of course, as expected here from fucking Think Before You Sleep. It's like, that's just not how any of this works, man. He has, like, God, he really has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
I made an entire year as a software developer in 1 month. Wow. Like, not a little more. It was like more than 2 or 3 times as much as my whole year's salary.
You made 3 years worth of your salary.
Yeah. In a world when it feels too good to be true.
This is not a victim. This is someone who looks like she fully intended to fleece him for clout or money, and she's only writing this Google Doc because...
How the fuck do you know that? How do you know that? Like, seriously, how do you know that? How do you know that that was the intentions, right? Maybe that's the intention. There is no reason to ever make that fucking assumption. Unless, again, and I'm saying this a bit fucking rhetorically, Think Before You Sleep is 1000% okay with the impropriety that fucking Sykkuno was basically pulling. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. Because, again, he's fine with it. He doesn't give a shit, right? This motherfucker doesn't give a shit. He's okay with abuse of women. He doesn't give a fuck, right? Because he will do anything in order to sort of just, like, hand wave away all the fucking impropriety and bullshit that most men who have power do against women consistently.
She found out that there were other girls. She's mad that he's better at the game. And now she's implying that he's like a financial abuser because he gave her some money that she didn't ask for. I mean, you could have just sent the money back if you didn't want it.
No, that's not what the implication there is, you dim-witted motherfucker. Basically, the idea is like... Okay. So, the reason for as to why, and this is how it fucking works, because again, it's fucking predatory, right? It's a cycle of abuse, right? How it fucking works, generally speaking, is that's how you try to draw them in, right? By giving them a bunch of fucking money, right? This is inherently fucking predatory behavior, because again, she never fucking asked for any of this stuff. She just talked about, like, you know, I have an interest in this game because blah, 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 blah. I want to play this fucking game, yada, 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 right? And this is like a conversation that can be struck up between friends or whatever the fuck. Do most friends, for example, Think Before You Sleep, immediately just, like, turn around, turn the corner, and just buy a fucking goddamn video game for someone that they just met, like, a couple months ago, like, immediately? Not all necessarily. Not at all fucking times. But then again, Think Before You Sleep is just saying all this stuff because, again, he just wants to do everything possible to hand wave away the fucking, the predatory behavior, the exploitative behavior. Again, very, very important to bring this up constantly, that Sykkuno was engaging with. Because again, Think Before You Sleep, he has no problem with exploitative behaviors.
But instead, you posted what he bought you on social media. Seems like you were happy to take his money. So that's pretty much the end of this document. It was really a lot of...
Literally, they talked about... He's such a fucking liar, man. Like, unironically, Sykkuno talked about, like, yeah, you should put that on your fucking social media. He said that, dude. He literally said that, but whatever.
Nothing. Granted, it's bad that he lied about not being in a relationship, but the words victim and predator have an association with criminality in the eyes of the public. So if you're going to call him a predator and yourself a victim, you better have more than what's in this document. Oh, and one more thing. At the end, Mal links his...
Again, like, do we need to look up the definition of a fucking sexual predator? Okay, here. Well, listen, just for you, Think Before You Sleep. Here. Just for you, buddy. I'm just getting multiple fucking definitions. Here, think before you sleep. Multiple definitions from you. This is from the Cambridge Dictionary, right? Someone who follows people in order to harm them or commit a crime against them. Okay, that's one potential fucking definition. Again, Sykkuno was the one who initially fucking started following a bunch of these girls, right? He followed, like, basically every fucking girl in the online sort of sphere. Here, how about another one? This one from Merriam fucking Webster. One who injures or exploits others for personal gain or profit. Certainly can be applied here to fucking Sykkuno as well, given the fact that he was doing this for the express purpose of hooking up with a bunch of fucking differing girls. Again, personal fucking gain. Not necessarily profit, but mostly for personal fucking gain. And here, quickly from the fucking AI overview. Sexual predators. Individuals who groom, stalk, or assault others, often targeting vulnerable groups like children. Again, very important word here is often, because that's the most of the contexts where it is applied, but since predator is a bit more of a broader fucking term in comparison to pedophile, because again, no one is calling Sykkuno a fucking pedophile, right? These guys were all, technically speaking, in the eyes of the law, an adult, but we can absolutely call Sykkuno a fucking predator. For what reason exactly? Because of the fact that he is someone who is older, so much more fucking experience in life, someone who is very prominent within the fucking social media space, has millions of followers across multiple fucking platforms, and has a lot of fucking goddamn money. Is absolutely a fucking multimillionaire. You can absolutely make the fucking claim that he is a predator, 1000 fucking percent, based off of all these fucking definitions that we looked at. Absolutely, this is predatory fucking behavior, 1-to-1.
Discord call of an argument that she had with Sykkuno after she found out he was in a relationship.
This is not settled. I'm beyond upset with you.
I mean, that's fine. By settled, I mean, like, probably never talking again.
You and me?
Yes.
What? Why?
Oh, very, very, like, listen, we gotta love Think Before You Sleep, narrativizing here, as expected, yeah. Psychotically laughing as she realizes she's gonna lose her meal ticket. Yeah, bro, totally. Like, that's exactly what it is. Like, not any fucking shock for the fact that Sykkuno is just not willing to take any responsibility for his actions. Nah. We have to just say that the woman is a lascivious whore at all fucking times, because again, like, clearly the only reason why she's laughing like a psychopath here is because she's just mad about the fact that she can't fucking, she can't fucking exploit him here. Yeah. Because again, who are we dealing with here exactly? A fucking predator wannabe in fucking Think Before You Sleep.
Is that not why?
What is why? I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be, like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong, because I always am there for second chances. But I never will forgive you for cheating on her.
Weird how she's saying that she still wants to talk to the guy who she's calling a predator. Probably still wants his money and fame. Also,
what the fuck are you talking? This is such a ridiculous assertion. She is a much bigger person for the fact that she decided to try to, I don't know, see a redeeming fucking quality within Sykkuno or whatever. Obviously, she's a bigger person than I am. Like, this is someone you should probably absolutely just, like, cut off and be like, I don't want to, like, associate with you, bro. Like, you're a fucking weirdo, man. Like, you talk with girls that are way younger than you for whatever reason in order to fucking exploit them. Like, bro, you're fucking weird, okay? But here's TYBS saying, like, actually, the only reason why you're doing that is just specifically for the fact that you just want to get his fucking money, because again, you're a lascivious whore with an OnlyFans. You just want to do everything possible in order to destroy the man here. Because again, Think Before You Sleep is okay with predator behavior.
Technically, the correct word is a womanizer or a player. And last, speaking of after
course.
getting public backlash, Mal goes on to Twitter to say, sorry, English isn't my first language. I didn't know how people view the word predator. Nice, the Hassan Piker 9/11 defense.
But you understand now, and not just now, but you
That's not the Hassan Piker 9/11 defense, you fucking it. Jesus Christ. Nice fucking random bring up of Hassan Piker. What are you, a fucking obsessive little weirdo? Like, okay, bro. Nice meme.
fairly soon after you said it, that saying Americans deserve 9/11 is a completely different statement and one that's wrong.
No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11.
But that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
moment, well, maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to.
Right, so you didn't know what you were saying when you know words like prolific, as well as tons of idioms and terms like love bombing. You understand pop culture references, and most importantly, you very obviously understand.
Okay, think before you sleep. I know that you're fucking mentally ill. You're very stupid. You're not a very, very bright or intelligent person like you pretend to be. She wrote this alongside other fucking people. Like, she wrote this with someone else, bro. Like, so it makes kind of a bit of sense here that probably a lot of the words, because they worked together on this fucking document, I believe both Althea and also Hemamal, right? They worked together on the document. How the fuck do you not know if they decided to collaborate together to be like, hey, what's like this word mean? Could I use like this word in this fucking context here or whatever the fuck? Blah, 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 blah. And they worked together to make the fucking document, man. Like, God, he, like, literally any instance that this motherfucker can use to just blame the women, he'll just take it. It doesn't matter.
Understand which English words to use to make people come to the conclusion that Sykkuno is a stalker and a child groomer. This person is very good at English. If I didn't hear her accent in that call, I would have thought she was a native speaker, so she definitely is lying about her language ability.
Oh, I'm
Now, it's
sure.
already bad enough that many women feel empowered to throw out false allegations like it's nothing and basically receive zero consequences for it. But what makes everything worse is the massive industrial complex that likes to help false accusers by signal boosting their statements. Without these two forces working together, false allegations would not be so prevalent. Which brings us to a video essayist who goes by Mugen, who got 2 million views in under a week after covering this story about Sykkuno and his accusers. Now, in the past, Mugen has had a pretty strong reputation for being one of those guys who checks the sources and is good with research. But from my perspective, as someone who's only recently found his channel in the past 6 months, when it comes to legal issues or serious allegations, Mugen should not be trusted at all. This guy has zero understanding of standards of proof or how to do any actual—
Oh, please. You're the fucking dude who literally did sweeping for fucking Tectone, barely understanding any of the fucking precedent and law or position of the case, because you unironically came up with a schizophrenic conspiracy theory saying that somehow Hassan had something to do with the fact that Tectone is a fucking rapist. And you literally tried to do anything possible to have to basically skirt any form of responsibility from Tectone's fucking actions, because in reality you are just okay with women being fucking predated upon, little bro, because again, you're a wannabe fucking predator. This is incredible that this motherfucker is saying this shit.
checking. I also don't believe that he has the critical thinking skills or the moral discipline to discuss things like sexual assault allegations. Let's
Uno fucking reverse card, buddy.
talk about why I think that.
The male streamer in question here was none other than Sykkuno. What made him really desirable is just how socially awkward he was. He was innocent in an endearing way. He was a boy failure that needed a woman to fix him. In a nutshell, he was this picture, almost allergic to other women. He just couldn't handle anything romantic. He would get too flustered. This made many of his fans want to be the one to finally fix him. But make no mistake here, this was all a perfectly crafted image that he had made for himself. He wanted you to think that he was innocent, naive, a boy failure, someone who's inexperienced in relationships and would never hurt a fly. Because in reality, behind this mirage, this illusion, there was a master manipulator, a serial cheater, and a predator.
Yeah, what? Again, that is a very strong statement to make considering the evidence that we have.
Hey, dumbass, do you know what parasocial relationships, how they function, you dumb. Very dumb, extremely low IQ motherfucker. But then again, Think Before You Sleep is also the exact same fucking dude who unironically just defended all of fucking Tectone's fucking impropriety. Without, like, for free, by the way. He had no problem defending fucking Tectone's fucking bullshit. You know, for free. No questions asked. It's incredible to me. Just the sheer hypocrisy from this motherfucker.
Have so far. And let me emphasize that this video really is just about Maul's document, and all that happens in it is Sykkuno talks to her online, and then to a different girl named Elfie Leah. Maybe he met Elfie Leah at a convention, but as far as I can tell, Sykkuno didn't have sex with either of them.
So, okay, Think Before You Sleep is lying here. No, he did have sex with Althea, right? This is what I mean. This motherfucker, he has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to this fucking situation. Like, at all whatsoever. He did have sex with Althea in France when they met up with one another during that fucking TFT convention. Hey, you know, Think Before You Sleep. You were complaining about Mugen not doing all the fucking proper research. Motherfucker, sounds like you need to also take a page out of your own fucking book. And maybe you should know how to do your own fucking research before just getting on here, making a mentally ill fucking video to hundreds of thousands of people where you just inherently not understand anything of the fucking case, of the story whatsoever, and just lie to your audience of fucking weirdos. But then again, the audience of weirdos that you have cultivated they're totally okay with all this fucking behavior because, again, they're all just wannabe fucking abusers.
The most salacious thing that happens in that document was Maul sending him some spicy content where she's insisting that he make personal use of that material, which kind of makes her look like the aggressor in terms of sexuality. So why is Mugen using a word like predator when it's a word that's going to immediately make viewers...
fucking credible that he's fucking saying this. Like, that's not how any of this fucking works, man. Jesus Christ. You know, it's definitely the fault of the woman here. Absolutely. It has to be the fault of the woman for sending a bunch of, like, I don't know, spicy fucking texts or whatever to use however they want. It's just like, Jesus Christ, bro. Listen, this is just how fucking heads behave. You should know about this stuff, right? Think before you sleep. Or, you know, did you lose your relationship with your weird Nazi fucking girlfriend in, fucking, Brittany Venti?
Think that Sykkuno committed a sex crime against these girls when there's no evidence of that.
Someone who would make it a point for many years to...
But he literally, he did. He fucking had sex with Althea, dumbass. Again, this is what happens when you have, like, a motherfucker, like, think before you sleep, just not have any idea about any of the details of the fucking shit that he talks about. He literally fucked Althea at that convention in France. But then again, think before you sleep doesn't care about any of this stuff because no fucking standards whatsoever. Because again, for him, it's as simple as, woman did a bad thing, have to blame the woman for literally everything. Have to blame woman.
Target smaller content creators, take full advantage of the fact that he was one of the most desirable men in the streaming world, all while making it seem like he had no experience with women and that it just might be romantic. They just might be that special someone who can fix him. What he would somehow forget to tell them, though, is that he had been in a monogamous relationship since 2021. But you don't have to take my word for it, because he admits to everything in a recorded voice call with the victim herself.
What's Maul a victim of? A few DMs, a new sweater, and a copy of Resident Evil 9? What did he do? She talked to him first. Maybe the worst of it...
Okay. Think before you sleep. This is why... You're probably a wannabe fucking rapist, but do you really think that she would have continued with the interactions that she had with Sykkuno if she knew that he had a girlfriend? I'm going to keep, because this is a constant question that you have to ask these liars. Would Hemmelmal or Althea or any of these other girls who have had contact with Sykkuno continued with the interactions that they had with him if they knew that he had a girlfriend? You should ask yourself this fucking question. But think before you sleep. Doesn't give a fuck about any of that.
Of it was the illicit material she sent, but really is it that big of a deal when you can see the same content from her for like $12? All Sykkuno did was click follow on some chick he was gooning to, and she initiated everything else. I mean, if you're going to talk about how...
He's such a fucking liar, bro. She was the one who fucking decided to say hi because, again, parasocial relationship, blah, 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 blah. How, like, he was the one who fucking clicked follow first. He's just a liar. Lies.
He wanted to take advantage of smaller creators. What about Maul's admission that her only interest in Sykkuno was to use him for clout or money? Or the fact that she, like, virtue signals and pretends that she doesn't want money when one of her Patreon tiers is, spoil me with $600 and I'll give you nothing. Like I said, Mugen is ass at critical thinking. Does he have no relationship experience? How is it not obvious that Maul...
Fucking... This fucking jabroni here is very, very well known for giving a lot of fucking relationship advice. Buddy, you unironically defended Tectone. You sweeped for fucking Tectone, you fucking dumbass. This is in-fucking credible to me, dude.
Maul's framing of this relationship in her document is incredibly transactional. Well, really, both of them are trying to take advantage of each other. But how do you not notice this? How do you not notice that Maul opens up with a very overtly sexual
really?
comment?
This is interesting. Again, very, very interesting that you would fucking say this. Think before you sleep, that now both of them are taking advantage of one another. Interesting. Think before you sleep. But I thought Sykkuno basically did nothing wrong in this interaction. Wait, what happened? What happened? Are we being fucking inconsistent now? Think before you sleep. That's a little fucking interesting here.
And then tries to push for a date a second time when he gives a non-answer. This is someone who wants something. She's just mad that she got outgamed. Also, just as an FYI, since we're talking about
because again,
character
she was fucking operating under the assumption that he was fucking single. And again, parasocial relationship. If you could get a fucking date with your fucking idol, like anyone would shoot over the moon for something like that. Because again, this is how parasociality works, you dim-witted motherfucker.
here. Did you guys know that Hemamal, of all people, made some very interesting tweets about Charlie Kirk right after he was murdered, where she expresses joy that he was killed for saying his political beliefs? What a wonderful person she is.
Going to the aquarium would be our first date. I also learned
Who
that
the fuck cares about whatever... Hey, okay, how about this thing before you sleep? Fuck Charlie Kirk. He's a piece of shit. His political takes are fucking dog shit, but then again, he's a white nationalist little freak like you are, so of course you're in support of that. Is it bad that he got fucking assassinated? Yeah, sure. Ultimately, not great that that happened. But do I really give much of a flying fuck about the people who are, I don't know, doing their little fucking crab raves or crab dances about the fact that his dumbass got fucking assassinated? No, could give less of a flying fuck about any of that shit. Like, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I could care less about that stuff. Because again, Charlie Kirk unironically pushed for stuff that harmed people. But you have no problem with harming people because again, you yourself are also a miserable little pile of garbage.
There's a 15-year age gap between us. Right, so look, I personally spoke to the victim about this. I asked, like, would that usually have been like a red flag or a turnoff? She said yes. But the thing is, this is Sykkuno we're talking about here, right? So she made an exception. Because as you saw in the intro of this document, she used to watch him in high school. She genuinely looked up to him. To say that she was starstruck was an understatement. And that's exactly what he was counting on. Now, while keeping that 15-year age gap in mind, this next section definitely hits different. It's titled, Making Plans to Move In Together.
Again, trying to frame Sykkuno as a child groomer, so he leans into the age gap without asking, how in the hell did Mal not know his age?
Again, that's not the fucking implication that's going on here, you dim-witted motherfucker. That's not trying to imply that he's a fucking child groomer. Jesus fucking Christ. No one is making that assertion. You're the only one who's saying that dumb... Well, you and all the other fucking conservatives.
When she was a fan for multiple years. Who the hell cares about the age gap anyway? They were both consenting adults. Stop acting like she's a child. Again, I think the only reason that they're bringing this up is to make him look like he committed a crime when he didn't. And the constant lack of perspective in this video is annoying.
Yes, that's a very good point there. There, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, he does not understand the fucking difference between age gap and age of consent. Again, think before you sleep. You should ask yourself this fucking question. Do you not think that it is a little weird that a 34-year-old is having fucking DMs with someone who just graduated out of high school, a fucking 19-year-old? Do you not think that that is a little weird? Because that's a little fucking weird, man. Like, what fucking 34-year-old, like, I'm assuming that you're in your fucking 30s, are you DMing random fucking goddamn, 20-year-olds? Or 19-year-olds? Are you DMing them? You literally yourself just said that you don't really DM people at all whatsoever. Mostly because who the fuck would want to DM a weirdo like you? But whatever, I digress. You don't fucking DM people because of the, or rather, most people would say, hey, why the fuck are you DMing like someone that's this young? That's a little fucking weird, man. Like, someone who is that young, you're deciding to have DMs with. Why is that? That's a little strange here. It's a little strange.
He simply wasn't seen like a run-of-the-mill Twitch streamer. No, there was definitely more to this. And one of the main reasons why this worked out so well is because he was seen as a boy failure. No, not the kind of guy who's unemployed and lives in a dump and smells like shit. I'm talking about the ideal boy failure. The guy who's handsome, smells nice, doesn't live in a dump, but is instead just a hopeless romantic. Someone who turns all red when you want to initiate physical contact. The most innocent, naive soul imaginable. The appeal of a boy failure isn't necessarily that he's a failure. It's the fact that he's perfect, but just needs one person to fix him. And that's how a significant chunk of his fan base felt.
If you're going to call a guy a predator and all the affected parties victims because he acted like an anime character, then like at least half the girls on Twitch are pretending to be anime girls because men wouldn't engage with them otherwise, and that's not even counting the VTubers. Pokimane is probably the best example of someone who super performatively acts like an anime girl. Also, how many girls intentionally pitch up their voices?
This is a very, very like strange line of fucking behavior here. Again, like, can you have criticisms and problems with idol culture? Yeah, for sure, absolutely, right? The problem is that this is the environment that, unfortunately, a lot of motherfuckers like yourself have helped to cultivate, especially with weirdos in who call you their fucking audience, right? This is the exact fucking environment that you have helped to fucking cultivate. Think before you sleep. So, whoa, should we really be shocked or doing a, I don't know, a shocked Pikachu face for the fact that, again, there's a hole in the market that a lot of women are going to exploit in order to make money off of? No, because it seems like Think Before You Sleep is just like, I only want men to be able to do this. I want there to only be male idols. There can't be any female idols. Nah.
So more guys will watch them. Well, the guys who donate anyway.
So, Sawyer, I'm visiting from America America, and I've never had Nando's before, and I've heard some great things, like to get the medium.
This girl, Extra Emily, is almost 30, by the way. These people are not stupid. They're very successful at playing characters, and they know which archetypes cause people to give them money. Speaking of Sykkuno and Pokimane, there's also this underlying ideology, well, actually it's pretty overt, where Mugen is like, how dare this guy pretend to be single and manipulate viewers? Bro, listen, cheating on your girlfriend is bad, but if you're going to call a guy a predator for pretending to be single and manipulating people, then I can show you like dozens of female Twitch streamers who are doing the exact same thing. You don't think they have simps trying to DM them and chat them up on Discord just like with Sykkuno?
Okay, but are they doing that with the intention of meeting up with those simps and hooking up with them, you fucking idiot? That's the fucking problem, you dumbass. Because that's what Sykkuno was doing. He was doing it with the intention of trying to hook up with these girls at fucking different conventions, at different fucking hotels, which is stuff that he did. Jesus Christ. Is Pokimane messaging her simps, like, in Discord DMs with the intention of trying to meet up with them to have sex? No, you idiot. That's just, again, parasociality, right? That's how fucking, simping, generally speaking, works. That's the sort of environment that we find ourselves under, which you can have a problem with. Yeah, sure. But again, it is a different fucking situation here in particular because Sykkuno was using that in order to get a bunch of hookups with a bunch of different girls that he was knowingly cheating on with.
So anyway, there's not much else in Mugen's video that I didn't already cover. He spends most of it reading what Maul said, and then throws in the 17-minute, mostly boring Discord call with Sykkuno, probably just to boost the watch time for more ad revenue. And last but not least, he does a little edit where he turns Sykkuno into Thomas the Tank Engine, and reinforces that Sykkuno is a predator, which looks a lot like defamation. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if this legally counts, but after seeing how much Mugen tried to make Sykkuno look like a sex offender with no proof, I would be making some phone calls to my legal team because the aftermath of this...
I think literally Mugen also used this fucking definition of predator, but whatever. Think before you sleep, doesn't care about that.
This video was that it seems like a pretty large portion of his streamer friend group threw him under the bus for something that he didn't really do, which kills his ability to make money from collabs.
Of course, before streaming today, I expected a lot of people in the chat asking me to talk about the Sykkuno situation. I was really stressing about it, and then I realized, like, I'm stressing about it so much, and Sykkuno hasn't even said anything yet. I think what I really want to say is I am just so sorry for all the hurt that's been caused to the victims, to our communities. I feel everyone's hurt and shock and confusion, and I'm right.
Really? God, it's so fucking funny that he's just doing this, like, fucking schizophrenic bullshit. But then again, just like how a lot of women had a strange parasocial relationship with Sykkuno, this motherfucker also has a very, very strange parasocial relationship with fucking Pokimane. But in the because by the way, think before you sleep. I know that you don't know how this works seemingly for some reason. This is a two-way street, buddy, right? You can have a parasocial relationship going the other way as well.
There with ya. I really try so hard to make my channel a safe space for everybody, and I really hope that people that do need to speak up will.
That was an Oscar-level performance from Pokimane. Interesting choice, though, for her to use the word victim. In fact, I'm not the only person who pointed that out. An expert English language scholar who goes by XQC questions her use of the word victim, to which she responds by playing dumb, pulling out Webster's dictionary and saying, well, actually, Iman, no one...
Wait, fucking XQC looked like a complete fucking troglodyte in that fucking goddamn, like, exchange there. Oh my... Of course he's taking the side of fucking XQ Cow, the grifter, of course. Because, again... The reason why XQC is taking the side of Sykkuno in this whole interaction is because he himself is also a fucking cheater, right? Cheaters of a feather love to flock together. But then again, since Think Before You Sleep is okay with cheating, in reality, like, he talks about how, like, the cheating was actually kind of bad here. The only reason why XQC is doing this is because he's trying to cover for his own ass in particular, right? Because, again... It's really, really easy to look at XQC's behavior and just be like, XQC, you're a complete fucking hypocrite for saying this stuff because you yourself also cheated as well. And there are not even credible. Those were like fucking confirmed that he fucking cheated as well. And that's why he's basically saying the stuff that he's saying and lying in the process as well. But then again, Think Before You Sleep doesn't care about any of this stuff because in reality, he's fine with cheaters. So long as it's powerful people that are doing the cheating. He could give less of a flying fuck.
cares about what the dictionary definition of the word is. The colloquial or common use definition, or how people feel about the word, is what actually matters here. And we know what you were trying to do. Going back to Mujin.
What do you mean? It's like, okay, dude, it's very, very convenient that you can use colloquial fucking definitions when it's convenient for you, but you can also use the fucking Webster's Dictionary definition of what you think a fucking predator is. That's very, very convenient. Think before you sleep that you would do that. Nice fucking meme, bro.
Say I'm not the only one who had a problem with his framing of the story. In fact, a ton of people did. Especially his clear use of the word predator to imply that Sykkuno committed sex crimes. As I said before, womanizer or player or fuckboy is the correct term.
The only people who had a problem with this framing are weird motherfuckers like you. Most fucking normies that I have seen comment about this stuff looked at the actions of Sykkuno, including most of his fans, were just like, yeah, what he did was pretty fucked up and really, really bad. Like, and everyone else except for the conservatives were having a fucking problem with the actions of Sykkuno. Only you motherfuckers were not having a problem with it because, again, like I said before, these people are totally okay with women getting abused.
Here, predator is not appropriate here because it implies that there was criminal activity or that the people in question weren't willing participants.
Again, because think before you sleep doesn't really understand how words work. There's the word or here, or commit a crime against them. Someone who follows people in order to harm them or commit a crime against them. Okay. There's that. One who injures or exploits others for personal gain or profit. Again, nothing necessarily there about like sexual impropriety or whatever. Again, because words mean things, think before you sleep, and are varied in tons of different ways. Again, individuals who groom, stalk, or assault others, based off the allegations. Yes, he did assault others, but whatever. Often targeting vulnerable groups like children. Again, often targeting groups of vulnerable groups like children. But again, the main sort of important term here is vulnerable. Yeah. Stupid.
Mujin responds to the criticism by also pulling out Webster's Dictionary and saying, well, technically the definition is, you've got to be kidding me. I'm tired of everyone playing dumb. Literally, this whole drama is just people pretending to not know things because they got caught doing something immoral. Mujin, come on. I know you know how people perceive that word. There were many creative choices that you made in this video that show—
Is that how everyone perceives that fucking word, though? Think before you sleep. That's not how that fucking works. Words mean things, and words can have multiple fucking definitions. Think before you sleep. Are we doing like some weird like language prescriptivism now or some shit here? Wouldn't be really surprising because, again, this motherfucker, think before you sleep, will be very, very often whiff-waffly in a lot of his fucking choices of words if it's, again, for the express purpose of putting out a particular piece of propaganda. In this case, hating on fucking women.
Shows you understand what you were doing when you said predator, just like it's clear that Maul understands what it means. And to reiterate, I don't like Sykkuno. I think he's an asshole who cheated on his girlfriend, but the conversation is not about that. It's about people enabling false allegations, to which Mujin, by the way, has done on more than one occasion. And this stuff is a problem, not only because it harms a lot of innocent people who usually have no options for recourse against the ones who falsely accused them, but also it hurts actual victims.
Oh, you know, like the fucking goddamn sweeping that you did specifically for Tectone, who is, again, who has a fucking protective order against him, as judged by a fucking civil court for not only stalking, which is, again, part of predatory fucking behavior, but also for saying that he is a unmedicated, diagnosed fucking schizophrenic with guns, that you literally did an hour-long video sweeping for, you fucking dim-witted motherfucker, but whatever. Again, he's okay with abuse.
Because people won't believe them. God forbid an OnlyFans girl actually gets assaulted. No one's going to think they're being honest. So many people criticize Mujin for the video, one of them being a VTuber who goes by Pounder.
I guarantee you, by the way, this motherfucker would not give a flying fuck at all if an OnlyFans model came out with like sexual assault allegations. You would just be like, well, you're an OnlyFans model, so of course you got fucking sexually assaulted, considering all the men that you're in, that you're with, and you would have no fucking problem with that whatsoever. But whatever, stupid. I don't even know why the fuck he's bringing up Powder here. Like, who really gives much of a shit about that whatsoever? Powder is a fucking grifter who fundamentally doesn't really believe in much of anything.
In this tweet, she is directly responding to Mujin's video as someone who has interacted with Sykkuno, stating that he was obviously a player, but she never felt manipulated by him. Powder goes on to say that Mujin was never really a reliable narrator, and personally, I agree based on the content.
Wow, one fucking anecdote when there was like dozens of people coming up with their fucking stories about Sykkuno at that particular time. You're deciding to take the one that goes along with your narrative. Think before you sleep. How very, very convenient.
Of his that I've seen. Now, because Mujin, of course, always wants to make sure that he hears all sides of the story and not just the parts that fit his bias, he then quote tweets Powder, basically giving her the middle finger by
fucking hilarious that's coming from you. Think before you sleep. You literally just did the exact same thing in terms of, oh, what you're trying to admonish Mujin for. Jesus fucking Christ. God, he's such a fucking weaselly little piece of shit, this motherfucker.
by saying, haha, you have no viewers, which for one is a really ironic thing to say when his video was supposed to be about him standing up for small influencers, and two, I could have sworn that I've seen Mujin make this exact argument where he says that anyone who disagrees with his obviously wrong...
says the dude who unironically is complaining about bias of certain people when again he literally made like a 55-minute fucking video sweeping for fucking Tectone, and unironically also is complaining about bias that people have when he's unironically deferring to the one anecdote that is directly going along with his fucking narrative. But, you know, it's all about being objective, guys. No, listen, dude, we have to be objective when we look at these fucking things. Again, just a weaselly little liar this motherfucker is.
Take is a cloud chaser. We get it. You're really cool because lots of people watch your videos. It doesn't mean you're right, though. Mujin then threatens to blackmail Powder and expose that she dated a black guy. Who cares?
I've never dated a black guy. I never slept with a black guy, by the way.
And finally, he yet again lies and pretends that he doesn't know what the colloquial definition of the word predator is. With that said, this whole time Sykkuno has not said that much.
Again, I really have to say, this is not that's not the colloquial definition. There is not a fucking colloquial definition of the word predator. Again, it's fucking stupid. Words have differing meanings depending on the fucking context. It's how language works. Think before you sleep. But we're being purposefully obtuse about language here because, again, you yourself have a particular bias.
This letter, and the English voice actor for Izuku Midoriya, Justin Briner, was kind enough to read it out loud for us, so I don't have to.
I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed.
This is funny.
Most of all, to my girlfriend. I am so sorry. I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful, and I own and fully admit that. I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all of the people that I hurt by doing this. However, I have seen some false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt. So please, do not send any more hate to anyone. I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them the best.
Someone did an edit with the My Hero Academia inspirational background music, which was really funny, but I'm tired of getting copyright claim,
funny, though.
So you can find that version by searching for this tweet here. Though, personally, I don't really care about Sykkuno's apology because I don't have any proof that he's actually sorry, so for now, it's just empty words. But the more interesting part of this is the message from Sykkuno's girlfriend, who was the actual victim, by the way, where she chastises all of the cloud chasers who were trying to use these allegations to boost their careers. What a shock. It's like what I said earlier. These sociopaths doing this for personal gain hurts the actual...
Now, like I said before, yes, if this is the case right here, because again, they were talking about this, both Sykkuno and also the girlfriend for about a week before the letter inherently went out, right? Who is necessarily to say that Sykkuno wasn't trying to coerce the fucking girlfriend into saying a statement like this? That is something that is entirely possible. And again, like you're saying, Boy Meets Minnie, just because of this in particular does not mean what he did to the other girls should be excused. But then again, we're talking about Think Before You Sleep here, and he definitely has no problems with, shall we say, excusing abuse that women go through.
Victims. Imagine finding out that you were being cheated on, and then it becomes a massive public drama because some guy wanted a few $1,000s on a YouTube video. Keep in mind that since nobody knew about Sykkuno's girlfriend, she is not voluntarily in the public eye, so this is kind of a shit thing to do while pretending that it's on her behalf.
All I care about right now is that...
Okay, but because Think Before You Sleep is lying here again. Unironically, Bao, Mal, and I believe also Althea talked with the fucking girlfriend and talked about how they were going to confront Sykkuno for his actions. Like, unironically, within the call itself, she was like crying in the fucking background while he was like speaking softly to fucking Hemelmal during this fucking Discord call. But again, just Think Before You Sleep, know about any of that stuff. No, because he's a fucking liar.
Okay, keep me updated on that.
I don't know if that's a possibility.
You can keep me updated on how she's doing. You can keep me updated on when she moves out, because I don't think she should be living with you anymore.
I don't think you need me to do that.
I mean, yeah, I care about her. Like,
Yeah, she can do that.
True. I'll just reach out to her then.
Keep in mind that directly before Hemamal talks about how much she cares about Sykkuno's girlfriend, she says that she still wants to date him despite the cheating. Yeah, she should break up with you for cheating on her, but I'll give you a
Okay, because this motherfucker didn't purposefully did not go through the entirety of the timeline of events. The girlfriend was particularly shocked and was thinking about fucking breaking up with him because of the actions that Sykkuno did. Fuck, God, he's such a liar. Such a fucking liar. Think before you sleep.
second chance. Make sure you let me know when you guys have broken up so I can slide back into your DMs. I mean, how is this not just standard gold?
Fucking liar. Lies, 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 lies. Consistent fucking lies. No mentioning on the fucking timeline of events. And again, listen, a lot of people were saying, like, girl, why the fuck are you staying with him? That's kind of crazy, right? And honestly, that's up to them. That is literally up to them. Yes, he always does assume the worst in fucking women. This is a consistent pattern of behavior here from fucking Think Before You Sleep. But whatever. No standards from this motherfucker. Because, again, he's a piece of shit who dated a fucking Nazi. But whatever. And is a Nazi himself. Should we really be surprised whatsoever that this dumbass, this motherfucker, Think Before You Sleep, will literally do anything possible to assume the worst in women constantly? Again, as has been consistently put here, she was initially thinking about leaving, right? Because of the fact that he was cheating on her for the past 5 fucking years. He's been doing this fucking behavior, this pattern of fucking behavior, right? 5 years of this fucking shit. But again, just think before you sleep or care about any of that stuff. No, of course not. Listen, woman inherently bad. Woman always has to be bad because I'm Think Before You Sleep. I'm literally fucking grug-pilled. Grr. And this motherfucker will literally do anything possible in order to just excuse the actions of a bunch of differing men because, again, in reality, this motherfucker, Think Before You Sleep, he's okay with the fucking abuse. And it will just be like a slimy little pile of garbage lying about it consistently. It's incredible to me.
Digger behavior, especially after that moment where she talks about how much she can get from Sykkuno in the Google Doc. She obviously is trying to get them to break up so she can have exclusive access to his money and clout, particularly considering the millions of dollars she can make on her OnlyFans/Patreon by being attached to someone as famous as Sykkuno. How do you not see this, Muujin? Mal is just as guilty as he is. That's why Mal—
This is in-fucking-credible. Again, lie, 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 lie. This is such a ridiculous leap in logic that Think Before You Sleep is basically engaging here with. Like, you have no idea if that's the fucking case. You don't know. You don't know if that's the fucking intentions. You don't know that. You can't fucking tell if that was what Hemamal was trying to do this in order to be a fucking gold digger. That's fucking nonsense, Think Before You Sleep. But then again, we are dealing with someone who seemingly is okay with the fucking impropriety and behavior here.
Mal never contacted his girlfriend or asked how she felt about all this being exposed publicly before making the document. She's mad that she just lost Amaranth levels of wealth. Again, Muujin either knows nothing about women or has zero critical thinking skills if he didn't notice this. Sykkuno's girlfriend—
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking Think Before You Sleep definitely knows a lot about fucking women. Constantly assuming the worst in women. Will just do, like, literally parrot every fucking incel fucking talking point because, again, that's who his fucking audience is a bunch of very, very, very low IQ fucking incels. Yeah, man, totally. Muujin, you're supposed to know how women inherently behave because I, Think Before You Sleep, who made a 50-minute fucking video sweeping for Tectone's fucking sexual impropriety and fucking rape. Nyeh. Know way more about how women work in comparison to you. Yeah, fucking, he's such a little weasel. This motherfucker is.
On to say that she's trying to work things out with him, which I don't think she should, but whatever, it's their relationship. However, the great news is that after all of this, people started massively shitting on Muujin, the one who enabled all the nonsense in the first place, by signal-boosting allegations that falsely suggested that Sykkuno was a sex criminal. In response, Muujin deleted the expose on Sykkuno and then made an apology video where he sounds like he's taking accountability and he sounds like he's going to do better, but if you know anything about his behavior, then you can tell that he is definitely not sorry for what he did.
I'm making this in regard to my last video about Sykkuno. I want to clarify how this video came to be, while also taking accountability.
Listen, like I said before, I think Muujin is a bit of a fucking dumbass. For essentially trying to capitulate to a lot of these dumbass, like, troglodytic dipshits on Twitter. Because, again, the only people who were offering any form of fucking pushback whatsoever were just like really, really low IQ individuals on Twitter, and people like Think Before You Sleep. So generally speaking, people who you should just not really give any sort of grace whatsoever and should not listen to at all, right? Listen, like I said before, Mugen styles himself a little bit as a quote-unquote reporter or whatever, right? In terms of like his fucking commentary. Listen, everyone has their fucking biases, right? Whenever you talk about a particular story, whether you fucking like it or not, literally everyone has a fucking bias, right? So essentially just doing the like both sides like cuckoldry, saying like people really value the fact that I'm a very, very objective in a lot of my fucking goddamn takes here. It's like, nah, listen, this is fucking stupid. Everyone has a fucking bias. Everyone has a fucking belief. Think Before You Sleep has an obvious fucking bias, and that is one of the suffering of women. Because again, Think Before You Sleep, piece of fucking shit. Massive, massive fucking piece of shit. But then again, listen, like, at some particular point in time, you just have to fucking own it, man. Like, don't be a fucking coward. Don't listen to all the, like, dumbasses on fucking Twitter making the 3 IQ fucking threads where they're consistently fucking lying about their fucking positions, right? Take a fucking side, ho. Sometimes you just gotta fucking take a side. Because, again, when engaging with a lot of these dumbass motherfuckers, oh boy, they are consistent, and I mean consistent fucking liars. I mean, Think Before You Sleep has been lying the entirety of this time while talking about this story. I've had to constantly pause in order to debunk all the fucking lies, because he just keeps on fucking lying.
And apologizing for the mistakes that I made. So, how did this all begin? Well, for me, it was on April 7th when I was reached out to by Mal for the first time. I was told that a Google Doc was releasing soon about a big content creator. And this is when I was asked if I wanted access to it early to maybe make a video about it. The document was going to publicly release on the 10th anyway. This means that this wasn't some grand conspiracy, okay? This document was going to release with or without me.
Wait, so his story is that he first heard about all this on April 7th, and he posted the video on April 10th? He also insists that this was the first time he'd ever talked to Mal, the one who wrote the Google Doc. There's some controversy on that, but I'll take his word for it. By the way, he doesn't forget to remind everyone that he gets millions of views on his videos. God, this guy's arrogant. Anyway, he released the original video on Sykkuno on April 10th, after first hearing about everything on April 7th. So you mean to tell me that you did a 1-hour scripted video on this in less than 3 days? Well, minus about 17 minutes. But how did you do that? And 3 days is generous. Really, it's more like 2. I say this because this is not a slop tuber reporting the daily news. His whole reputation is that he's the guy who does his due diligence and fact checks everything. 2 or 3 days is not enough for a topic like this. Fact checking is one of the most time-consuming parts of this job. Here he is quoting Breaking Bad and bragging about how fast he is. But the reality is that the only way you could get this kind of video out this quickly is if you literally just took everyone's word for it and did no independent research of your own. You're really not fact checking that much if you can release a video on a complicated—
Hold on. Okay, this is already fucking bullshit. There's already been a lot of rumors and allegations, mostly rumors, of course, yeah, this is really fucking stupid, by the way, because this is the exact same fucking— So, okay, can we have an argument in saying that Mugen was rather sloppy in the release of this video? Yes, you could certainly fucking say that. I cannot, like, that I won't really disagree with, right? The problem is that, this is already something that has been sort of like floating around as rumors around Sykkuno for quite a while. Mugen himself also fucking says this. But since you didn't watch any of the videos seemingly, or looked at any of the fucking facts that we do have, Think Before You Sleep, and decided to come in here with an already a conclusion that you had in mind from the beginning, since you didn't take a look at any of this fucking behavior, you wouldn't know about any of this stuff because, again, you're already coming at this with a particular fucking bias. Because, again, lies. Yes, that is true, Boy Meets Mini. Like, a lot of these videos take months of legwork. And this guy fucking cranks out slop like this, like, constantly. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep doesn't give a fuck about any of that fucking behavior. So, can we have an argument and say that, yes, this particular video was a bit more sloppy in terms of the content? Or in terms of the quality that Mugen typically puts out? Sure, you could certainly have that argument. I can't really disagree with that, right? Sure, absolutely. The problem is, right, is Think Before You Sleep saying this shit is fucking hilarious to me. Because, again, you just put out fucking dog shit slop all the time. Your channel is literally nothing but a bunch of fucking dog shit. Like, and constantly, you fucking lie about your fucking positions. You are lying consistently about a lot of the stuff that you're saying here. You yourself also have not done a lot of the necessary fucking research that is also needed for a topic like this. you have also been consistently fucking lying. So then again, like, you're not a reliable narrator. If you have such a fucking conniption about Mugen not being a reliable narrator, buddy, like, who the fuck are you in this particular instance? You yourself are also completely and utterly unreliable in terms of any of this as well. Like, you've been constantly fucking lying about the case of what's going on here, in particular with the whole sort of situation about Sykkuno. So you yourself are also not a reliable fucking narrator when it comes to this situation at all either. Why the fuck should anyone believe anything you have to say as well? So, like, because again, we are dealing with an audience here who just eat up this fucking slop as if it is nothing. They are okay with this fucking slop. They are okay with the actions that Sykkuno fucking did, right? Do you think that Think Before You Sleep has any fucking qualms at all about the actions that Sykkuno fucking took? Of course not. He could give less of a flying fuck about any of that. He is, in fact, okay with a lot of this fucking behavior, right? He is okay with the fucking predatory behavior that Sykkuno engaged with. Because, again, we are dealing with someone here who is not an honest actor when it comes to stuff like this, who constantly has to, like, do anything possible to jingle the keys to his dumbass audience, mentioning fucking Pokimane and Hassan whenever the fuck he can. Because, again, he is a grifter, not a reliable narrator. Think Before You Sleep is. And again, this is also the exact same motherfucker who made an hour-long video sweeping for fucking Tectone. Sweeping for Tectone, who is pretty much dead to fucking rights in the eyes of the public. But this motherfucker has to come out of the woodwork all of a sudden with an hour-long video saying, like, actually, Tectone basically did nothing wrong, and Pink Chi was a liar. So, like, again, you're not a reliable narrator in any of this situation whatsoever because you've been getting basic facts about it wrong. And also, you yourself have also done a lot of sweeping for fucking abusers in the past. Think Before You Sleep.
Subject like this that fast. In fact, I remember the last guy I covered who bragged about how fast he could get videos done, and when I actually fact-checked him, it turns out he got pretty much everything wrong. I hear he's being sued by Ethan Klein.
I'm going to take a guess. Oh, well, of course, Think Before You Sleep is going to be in support of this lawsuit. Why? Because, again, no standards, literally doesn't care about anything, is a liar, but whatever. And I can only assume that Noah Samson video that he did a bunch of epic debunkings on is probably complete, utter fucking dog shit. Because, again, Think Before You Sleep has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Klein right now for defamation.
If you've watched my channel before, then you'd know that I'm someone who highly values both sides of the story. It's actually something that I always implore you to do before forming your own opinions. And while I do receive so many DMs about scoops or exclusive info about certain topics, I mostly never take them, always choosing to wait for things to unfold in public first before making my videos.
Oh, come on. Mugen, look at me. You did not just say that shit unironically. You posted your video instantly after the allegations came out, which gives Sykkuno no time to respond. How is this waiting for the full story? We never heard his side, especially considering that you made some incredibly strong claims about him. I mean, Mugen's definition of listening to both sides sounds a lot more like a coordinated attack against Sykkuno between Mugen, Leia, Bao the Whale, Hemamal, and Elfie Leah. Also,
fucking schizophrenic fucking conspiracy theory. How the, like, literally Mugen did not have any contacts with half of the fucking people there. The only person he was in contact with was with Hemamal. That's literally it. This is a lie here from Think Before You Sleep. Another fucking lie. Man, if all of his, like, epic debunking videos are like this, then I don't know. Who needs actual fucking reporting or whatever the fuck? I don't remember how the saying goes. He's a fucking liar, basically. He's just full of shit here.
Oh, if my memory serves me right, just a few months ago with Tectone's case, where he unjustly lost a court hearing for a protective order that I believe was maliciously filed by his ex, so she wouldn't face repercussions for allegations of
fucking credible, dude. Of course he's bringing up this shit. Buddy, you lied the whole time during that fucking case, and you had no idea what the fuck you were talking about. You decided to literally just sweep all the allegations for fucking Tectone to your audience of dumb fucks who are already primed to not like fucking women. God, this guy's such a little fucking weasel.
Sexual assault that she made against him that had an extreme lack of proof. However, when talking about that case, Mugen felt comfortable saying Tectone was guilty of sexual assault, while at the same time, openly admitting that he never read
protective order, fucking moron. There's a protective order that literally a fucking court granted him because Tectone is such a fucking troglodyte, such a fucking stupid idiot, and you decide to fucking go along with like Tectone's like schizophrenic fucking nonsense because you yourself are also an idiot who's probably okay with rape. I don't really give a shit. Fuck think before you sleep. He doesn't give a fuck about rape. Who literally decided to just be like, oh yeah, Tectone is actually totally okay, and he did actually nothing wrong when it came to this case. And Pink Chew is just like psychotic little freak who just wanted to come up with like false allegations against a man. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, sure, fucking think before you sleep. This perennial fucking liar, this little weasel, and think before you sleep, who's just willing to just do anything to sweep for a bunch of fucking predators and abusers because he himself is probably also a wannabe fucking abuser, given the fact that he talks about women in the way that he does.
The court transcript because it wasn't public yet. And I think it's crazy that he did no fact-checking before he went on this long Twitter diatribe.
Again, still, like, literally, he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, bro. It's incredible to me.
When we regularly see corrupt judges allowing all kinds of atrocities. God, especially in family court where the standard of proof is probable cause. So Mugen is just super incompetent. He doesn't know how to do independent research or scrutinize information.
What made the situation special, though, was the 17-minute video recording of the voice call between Mal and Sykkuno. My logic here was simple. It was me thinking that we already had the other side of the story, and it was Sykkuno admitting to his wrongdoings in the most raw and unfiltered way possible.
Holy shit, this guy's an idiot. Powder was right. He's not a reliable source. No one should trust him if he thought only receiving information.
Oh, fucking says you think before you sleep, who unironically swept for Tectone for literally an hour when you could take a look at the fucking goddamn court transcript, which came out after your dog shit fucking video came out. But whatever, think before you sleep. Lying? Oh, who would have thought? He loves to fucking lie. Where Tectone consistently did everything possible to make it impossible for his fucking lawyer to be able to have a win in that fucking case. Because again, he unironically said that he was an undiagnosed diagnosed unmedicated fucking schizophrenic. He unironically admitted to being a grifter, and he also confirmed all the fucking abuses that Pink Chew fucking alleged of him. And went on random fucking diatribes and tangents at any point in time he could have, while his fucking lawyer was asking for a differing fucking question. Again, just a weaselly little liar this motherfucker is.
From one side was fact-checking both sides. Again, he obviously just believes whatever people tell him, and he's too incompetent to know how to scrutinize information. He's getting these large view counts not because his information is highly accurate, but because he knows storytelling skills. So, forewarning, just because someone is good at video editing and selling a narrative and sounding smart doesn't mean they're actually correct.
The first mistake can be found in the intro of the video, and it's me using the word predator. Yes, it was my idea, and the logic behind it was me trying to encompass everything, like the serial cheating, lying, and deliberate targeting of smaller content creators into one word. Before using it, I even made sure to double check its definition in multiple dictionaries, which said things like a person or an organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage, or one who injures or exploits others for personal gain or profit. Due to this, I had come to the conclusion that this word fits. I'd find out quickly afterwards, though, that for many people, that word is only reserved to describe pedophiles or sexual predators, which made a substantial amount of people
Stupid, obviously, that like no, predator is correct to use in this particular context given just even the basic fucking definition of this. But then again, like, you don't give in to fucking people like Think Before You Sleep and other like dumbass like little Twitter chud dumbass idiots, because those are the only ones who are fucking saying that in particular.
Feel misled after watching the intro of my video. It made it seem like a hit piece, exaggerating things, and it also made it seem like Sykkuno had committed very serious crimes, enough to land him in a high-security prison or something, when that clearly wasn't the case. That was not my intention at all, and I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I don't believe that you're sorry. We're only 4 minutes into a 12-minute video, and you've already been incredibly deceptive. Here's an idea. You sold a false narrative that cost Sykkuno numerous business opportunities because he lost a part of his streamer friend group.
How the fuck do you know that? How the fuck do you know it costs multiple fucking business opportunities? How the fuck do you know that? How the fuck do you know that was all because of fucking Mugen? This shit was gonna come out anyways, despite Mugen fucking putting it out. Again, he's just like lies, just a liar.
Mean nothing to me. You financially benefited here and got 2 million views. That's like what, $10,000 to $20,000?
Now look, with all that being said, apologies are great, but there's no use presenting them if there's no attempt to act on them, and that's exactly what I intend to do.
Okay, why don't you show that you're actually sorry by giving that money away to charity or something? If you honestly believe that what you did was immoral, then you shouldn't get to make 10,000 plus.
That's a good point there. Again, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, I thought he did also hate Sykkuno. Now he's fucking standing him because again, like, there's no standards, no, like. Think Before You Sleep doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff because again, liar, just liar. He just wants to fucking like sweep away any allegations that women may have against more powerful men. That's literally it.
off falsely accusing someone. So donate the money and then I'll believe you. After all, you didn't do this for views, right?
I thought that since my channel had grown exponentially, don't ask me how or why because I have no idea, I could maybe use my platform for a good cause, spreading awareness about Sykkuno's behavior so that no one else gets tricked into being a homewrecker against their will, while in parallel, encouraging others who have been wronged by him to finally speak up. Additionally, seeing that the person speaking up was doing so from a small account, I figured I could help amplify that message to spread maximum awareness. Now yes, some people could definitely argue that I was desperate for a topic to bring in views, but to me it didn't matter because I was already lucky enough to be able to cover niche topics I enjoy and still somehow reach over 1 million views on them.
God, this guy takes every chance he can get to brag about his view count and talk about how moral he is. Okay, so how about you do the right thing and give away the profits from a video where you fucked up majorly and basically implied that someone was a child groomer? You don't need the money, right? Because you said that you already have numerous videos.
Literally, again, no one is making that fucking implication except for you. Think before you sleep. No one made that fucking implication. Again, it's very interesting, consistently with the fucking conservatives, that they are just going to add random spurious fucking claims at all fucking times of stuff that people did not fucking say. No one implied at any point in time that Sykkuno was a fucking child groomer. No one fucking said that. No one even implied that Sykkuno did anything of, in the case of Mal, who was the main person who came up, who had the fucking document, of any fucking form of sexual impropriety. Now, Elfia, I believe, did say that there was sexual impropriety because of the fact that they did meet up and they did fucking hook up. And a bunch of the other women also said, well, Leia specifically, said that this was exactly the same pattern of behavior that he also fucking engaged in as well, right? That's what was being, a bunch of stuff has been essentially fucking corroborated here. Again, we don't have tangible fucking proof, but we have plenty of fucking corroborations, which for a lot of journalistic outlets is a perfectly fine fucking standard. For example, the New York Times also goes off of a lot of fucking corroborating evidence because, again, we're not going to have tangible hard proof. That's a standard that we will never fucking be able to meet. But again, does Think Before You Sleep care about any of that? No, he doesn't care about any of this because he is okay with the fucking impropriety because, again, he has no issues with what Sykkuno did at all whatsoever.
Videos that are hits.
He'd also call out anyone trying to frame him with false accusations. So yeah, as you can see, not much has changed. He's already admitted to these things in the voice call with Mal. When it comes to false accusations though, yes, there are stories that have circulated for years among some VTubers that accuse Sykkuno of doing worse than cheating. At this point though, it is not up to me to say whether it's true or not, just pointing out what he might be referring to.
He's still doing it. He's still doing the thing that people were mad about. Now, guys, I'm not saying these
Wait, but that there's literally like the fact that he's pointing out that there are allegations against Sykkuno, that there are rumors that have been spread around about Sykkuno or something. Like, yeah, that's just a fact. That's a thing that's happened, right? But Mugen didn't say that he's alleging that Sykkuno did those things at all whatsoever. So again, Think Before You Sleep, just constantly fucking lying here. Shocker, I know.
True, but I just want you to know that I've heard rumors that Sykkuno is actually a sex criminal for real. So not only is this sort of...
That's literally not what he even said here. He unironically just said that, hey, there have been rumors that have already been floating around about fucking Sykkuno, right? This is a thing that has happened before. But then again, this motherfucker does not care about that.
Of an admission that he did mean what everyone thought he meant when he used the word predator, but also he's signal boosting the idea that he has secret information that we aren't privy to that may confirm Sykkuno did commit a sexual assault.
He didn't even fucking... God, just lies. Constant fucking lying from this motherfucker. No, he literally said that there are already fucking allegations that have existed before with Sykkuno. But whatever. Think Before You Sleep loves lying.
Why would Mugen bring this up if he didn't want us to think that Sykkuno is a criminal? Because it's clear to me, as someone who doesn't have secret intel, that when Sykkuno says false accusers and extreme labels, he's obviously talking about you, Mugen, and Leia, and Mal, and like 2 other people. Nobody requested further elaboration from anonymous sources. If you were actually sorry, you wouldn't be trying to shift attention away from yourself by saying, well, these other people said this, so maybe he is a predator. I can't confirm it though, but I just
literally... Mugen didn't even fucking say that. This is in-fucking credible. Mugen literally... No one ever fucking said that. There are rumors that exist around fucking Sykkuno. This is a thing that has happened before. But then again, this is Think Before You Sleep. He loves to fucking lie.
I want to throw that out there.
The Sykkuno video was live for a week, so I'll keep this video live for a week as well.
Oh, so he's just going to delete the video. Good thing I saved it. You see what I mean when I say that he's not actually sorry for enabling false accusers? Ironically, he cites a PewDiePie video where Felix apologizes for saying the N-word on accident during a live stream 8 years ago. That's a big who cares moment, but you know what the great thing about that apology video from Felix is? It's still live. Now, I get why Mugen removed the original Sykkuno video, but to remove the apology video after 1 week, makes it very much look like he doesn't want people knowing that he screwed up. On top of that, he doesn't apologize to
What the fuck are you talking about here, bro? Yeah, he took down the video. He decided to be fair and just like stop, like take down the video a week after, anyways. And then he just decided to just move on with his life. Again, just like he's such a little fucking weasel. Why the fuck does that matter, right? It wouldn't make a lot of sense because he already deleted the Sykkuno video. If he just left up the apology video and he fucking deleted it, and people are just like, well, what fucking video is he talking about that he's apologizing for? If someone just like stumbles into it, it wouldn't make a lot of sense if he just had that fucking apology video just kind of there for like literally no reason. It's stupid. It's dumb. Idiotic.
Sykkuno for misrepresenting him. He instead apologizes to the audience. And he doesn't apologize to Powder either, though I don't think she's that
fuck Powder.
Broken up about it.
Muujin, thank you so much for being a fucking retard. You made my night.
So Muujin's behavior is...
Man, fuck Powder. I don't give a fuck. Stupid dumbass grifter literally believes in nothing. Literally the only reason why she decided to pivot to the grift that she did is because she was an irrelevant fucking VTuber and wanted to make some fucking easy bucks after gaining some prominence for her dumbass, her Google document that she put out about the whole Cinder drama. That's like literally the only reason why Powder does the stupid fucking grifting that she does.
Very suspicious. That is yet another reason why I don't trust him, because here's the reality. An uncomfortable amount of content creators like Muujin will misrepresent the facts of a case because they know the audience won't independently look...
Says the fucking dude, again, who made a 55-minute video sweeping for fucking Tectone.
This stuff up themselves. I know a lot of viewers are unhappy about this reality of nature, and that's why I always try to be very clear in my videos on where I get my information. I do that so people can fact check me independent of my video and come to their own conclusions, a courtesy that, unfortunately, most creators don't seem to offer. Actually, thanks to AI, these days it's much easier to find the source material when people don't cite it. But really, the only way to reduce the number of influencers like Muujin who try to get their viewers to believe a false narrative is to every so often spend the time fact checking the sources yourself.
God, it's hilarious that this motherfucker is saying this when he literally spent an hour spreading nothing but false narratives about fucking Pinkchu. Incredible. The sheer fucking hypocrisy on this motherfucker. Ooh, you fucking love to see it.
Not every video, but if you want to do your part and make the world a better place, every so often take one for the team and do a little research on some of the claims that creators are making, so that if you...
I'd say the same for you, Think Before You Sleep, who barely did any research for this video, it seems.
you do find someone who is being dishonest, you can call them out. Even if it's just a very small percentage of viewers fact-checking each video, it'll make a big deal, especially if over 2 million people watched it. And the direct benefit to you as a person who is doing your part is that it teaches you how to research and research quickly, which is a crucial skill for a ton of things. More importantly, it teaches you...
Like literally, God, it's so funny that Think Before You Sleep is the motherfucker who's saying this stuff, who does literally none of his own fucking research whatsoever. It's the fucking hypocrisy then. Ooh, man, oh man, oh man. Listen, hey, Think Before You Sleep. You better make sure that you don't get mad when people fucking call you out for the fact that you're also just a hack and a fucking propagandist.
Thinking. People ask me every so often how to develop critical thinking skills. Well, this is one of the ways that you do it. You research, you think about what you found, and then you try to...
People should not be learning how to do critical thinking skills from this motherfucker who, unironically, at any point in time, can bring up Hassan Piker or Pokimane in order to do some fucking sweeping for Tectone. He'll fucking do it.
Articulate it to other people. And by articulate it, I mean you shitpost on Twitter or the YouTube comment section. If you're going to engage in unemployed behavior, then you might as well use it to train your brain. Many modern philosophers have been developed in the comment section because writing is one of the strongest ways to get good at critical thinking. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
Don't listen to anything from this dog shit fucking Nazi over here who dated Brittany Venti, a fucking goddamn Nazi. Just like nothing but fucking lies, barely understanding any of the actual facts of what actually happened on the ground. And for a dude who pretends to do so much fucking research, it seems like Think Before You Sleep didn't really do much research for this video at all in particular. But then again, should we really be surprised about the fact that Think Before You Sleep is nothing but a fucking dipshit fucking goddamn liar? Oh, I can only imagine how shitty his fucking India video was, Boy Meets Mini. I can only assume the complete dreck that shit probably was. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised at all from any of the behaviors of a dumbass fucking Nazi like Think Before You Sleep. Someone who just does literally anything but tell the truth in any of his fucking videos. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. He's a Weasley little fucking liar. Oh yes, we now have Lay Space Elevator. Very cool.
Subsequent phases unlock access to new tiers with more advanced technologies to project is part of the Save the Day program, the largest united undertaking in human history, destined to save us all. Earth is in peril and only Fix-It pioneers offer hope for survival. Fix-It is counting on you. Humanity is counting on you. Do not let Fix-It down.
Let's fix it down. Clueless. So, listen, don't pay attention to the fact that I may have done a significant amount of multipliers to the elevator part requirements. So don't pay attention to that, Smile. XD. XDDDDD. Alright, so pretty decent amount of work done. Reinforced iron plates are automated. Again, all this is a fucking mess, but right now it's a mess that we need at the moment in order to get a bunch of coupons to make something greater. So it's all a mess for the time being, but that's fine. Okay, so in terms of coupons, what exactly do I need? How much do I need? And then I can just rip everything to shreds and then build the actual base. Well, okay. Actually, I wanted to get automated power done first before actually building the real base. So the other thing that I can automate probably at the moment is copper sheets. So we'll just get the copper sheets done. Because I only want to start to make an actual base till we have automated power. Otherwise, I ain't fucking with that shit. Let's see, 20, that's 60, so we get 3 of these. Well, to be fair, I kind of fucked with a bunch of... I've already done multiple playthroughs in Grassy Fields. with like normal nodes. I just made all the nodes fucking pure in this run, because now you can change the fucking nodes to however the fuck you want. So every node around the map is pure. I've done it normally. I've done it without the changes. If we're talking about factory games, the thing that you need to be always the most concerned about is with power. Always. Grassy Fields has a lot of biomass, which makes it ideal to sort of stay on a lot of lower end power generation and tech for a while to actually get something established, because you can just run around with a fucking chainsaw and get a bunch of leaves, get a bunch of wood, blah 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 blah, power up some biomass generators for a very, very long time. I don't really care if the fucking shit clips, I'm gonna be honest. It clips, it clips. Yes, because there's probably well, no, there is an area that has a good amount of leaves and trees and shit. Problem is that there's a lot of very, very high level enemies in the area, and it is sussy baka, very sussy. More like the cacti. Cringe.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitor. But why did you lose subscribers? Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Because we're all cringe now.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
alright, I don't care about the clipping. It works. That's all I care about. Hopefully. Alright, that's copper sheets. The only other two things would be left are to make frames and rotors, so then we can automate smart plating. Yes, I did heard that Nithya surpassed Spencer Pratt, and every conservative is collectively losing their shit over it, saying like, no, she had to have cheated in order to get that. It's like, no man, that's how mail-in ballots just work. Like, maybe it would also happen for you guys if you guys didn't trash on them as much as you did. You know, just saying. But then again, we're talking about conservatives, and conservatives are not very intelligent. But more specifically, Boy Meets Me, what I want to do is I want to leave Phase 1, get to 3 and 4 for one person and one reason and one reason only. Get my hands on more alternate recipes. We're already using a bunch of alternate recipes. And I have 3 other hard drives pretty much ready to go. Yes, obviously I am using the cast screw fucking recipe. Trust me, I have beaten the game without getting any alternate fucking recipes. It's obviously really painful. It was awful. I was like, man, screws fucking suck balls. Yeah, it was awful. It was terrible. That was when I was first starting to play Factor games, and I had barely any idea what I was doing. Obviously, I know way more now. More like I was just definitely not producing enough. Now we definitely will not be having these problems. Yeah, cast iron screws is definitely way fucking better. It cuts down the amount of machines you need in like half. In fact, the only thing that I have available right now, if I were to put a hard drive into the MAM, I checked this obviously, was just the +6 inventory slots, which I don't really care about all that much. It's like, just be better at managing your inventory, forehead. Just manage your inventory well, dumbass. Stupid. Okay, so before I proceed, how many coupons do I need? We need conveyor wall hole, floor lifts, yes. Ceiling mounts, yes. So that's 2. We'll say 3, 4, 5. 5. 9? Probably should take... No, I should take concrete foundation, because they are cheaper than normal foundations. Much cheaper. So what, that's an additional 3, so we're at 8. we can hold out for these. 8. $15. I do want ladders and catwalks. Yeah, I do want these. So probably like 30-ish so far. Cup. And of course parts, which we will never need this. Oh, it's good in emergencies. Probably about 30 coupons then. Okay. Before we build the actual base. Meanwhile, we'll be accumulating a bunch of resources necessary to build all of our associated bullshit. But for now, this is what we're fucking working with. All that's left is to make some rotors, make the smart plating, and then move to the next phase. That is, get coal power as soon as possible. That is true, Boy Meets Minnie. Although the community management and the company is very, very receptive. So it's not the end of the world. Fuck, it's 4 in the morning. Okay. Yes, I also heard that UE6 is also out as well. Alright, we're going to do the Donald Trump bit, and then we'll do Butlerian Jihad tomorrow. Yeah, Butlerian Jihad is going to be tomorrow. Get your Pepes out. But I'll probably also be working on that also off stream as well. Ugh. Do 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 doom ba doom ba doom. Choop choop. All right. Let's do this. Guys, did you know that people hate the President of the United States of America? No. I, for one, am completely and utterly shocked. People hate the president for various good reasons, like the fact that he is still in an elective war of choice in Iran alongside the Israelis, causing basically the hyperinflation. Not hyperinflation, but inflation within the United States of America, made the jobs market worse, is basically doing everything possible in order for there to be a depression, for all the conditions of it, of course, be in place. No, are you telling me that a lot of people really, really despise the president of the United States for seemingly only wanting to focus on his like dumbass Versailles ballroom or some shit and all these like stupid vanity projects in order to secure some kind of legacy for himself? Of course, all the like sycophants and simps like Nick Sortor are going to be like, look at the president totally being unfazed about the fact that he's getting booed at the New York Knicks game. It's just like, okay, bro, like, I don't know, go like, fucking keep sucking that cock there, Nick. I'm sure it's going to make you look really, really good in the fucking history books, bro. So that was the moment when they decided to put the president on the big screen in New York, because this is the New York Knicks game, right? It's game 3. New York does not really like Donald Trump all that much because A, pedophile, B, he's also just making the country significantly worse. Ooh, they don't like him. For good reason. Don't like him. Here, just like another fucking angle on all of this, where seemingly a lot of the booze got like drowned out by some cheers as well. No. Oh, no. People fucking hate this motherfucker. Yeah. That's a little more clear. Literally flashed him up there for 1 second. Instant fucking booze. Nope. Let's get rid of him. Very, very, very fucking funny. And again, listen, more and more booze. Listen, people just fucking hate him. Anytime this dumbass is on the screen, just constant fucking booze for a lot of really good reasons. There's more booze. Funniest thing about this as well is his dumbass also decided to fucking fall asleep in the middle of the fucking game. Dude, why the fuck would you also fall asleep in the middle of the game? Like, Jesus Christ. People keep talking about Sleepy Joe, but in reality, it's actually Sleepy Don, guys. Oof. That's rough, buddy. And he's not happy about this, right? People fucking hate this motherfucker. Like, I mean, we've looked at the approval ratings. Let's not even talk about the approval ratings amongst Democrats, because obviously that's going to be dog shit and very, very low. His approval amongst independents is, like, really, really bad, right? Like, I think it's like 30s, maybe like high 20s, right? Like, nobody fucking likes this dude for a lot of fucking reasons, right? Basically crashed the fucking economy, is funneling more and more money to all of his like pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshits. All of his promises that he had, he turned back on and actually did not follow through with them at all. Because, I mean, I don't know, should we really be like shocked Pikachu facing about this dude who lies about as much as he breathes? Lying about the fact that he was going to, I don't know, make America more affordable, right? He's also not going to go into any new wars, right? Should we really be surprised that this is the fucking behavior of this guy? I mean, Donald Trump loves to lie about as much as he breathes. There's literally a Wikipedia page dedicated to all the fucking Donald Trump's lies. We shouldn't be surprised about that whatsoever. How about we get into some of the reasonings for as to why people might be booing him? This is all a fucking sleight of hand. Everyone thought that I was just going to be only making fun of Donald Trump for getting booed at the Knicks game. Haha, you fell for it, dumbass, idiot, stupid head. When in reality, it's all about fucking Iran and Israel the whole time. But President Trump says Israel better not strike back against Iran, or it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Now, would you believe it if, oh, fucking Israel decided to attack Beirut again? Whoa, what a fucking shocker. When Itamar Ben-Gvir unironically said, and this was all during the negotiations that were supposedly happening between the United States and Iran, which haven't been going anywhere, but when the fucking rogue terror state with their main defense minister and finance minister, who unironically say that if there is a deal that is not beneficial for the state of Israel, we will do anything possible in order to fucking sabotage it. And oh, guess what? They decided to fucking sabotage it because the Iranians have made it extremely fucking clear that the war is to stop on all fronts. That means attacks on Gaza are to stop. Attacks on Lebanon are also supposed to fucking stop by Israel. But here's the thing. The state of Israel is so fucking ridiculously bloodthirsty. They want the death of fucking Arabs. That's all they fucking care about, to be honest. They just want the death of fucking Arab people so then they can continue to do their ethnic cleansing and colonial project within the Middle East. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu himself made it really, really clear. He sees this as an opportunity for Israel to become a global power on the world stage. He wants to conquer more and more territory for the express purpose of gaining that superpower fucking status. Nothing can be fucking trusted from Benjamin Netanyahu in the state of Israel. They have made it very, very clear that the bloodthirstiness is the fucking point. And again, they decided to attack in southern parts of Beirut. I believe only 2 people have died. Doesn't necessarily, well, not that it's good. You know, what I'm saying is, like, not that it's good that a bunch of people died within Lebanon. Obviously, it's bad, blah, 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 blah. But it's to make it rather clear that Israel themselves, they don't give a shit, right? They've never cared about peace. It's never been about peace for these motherfuckers. They just want to unironically do everything possible in order to take more territory for themselves. Consistent pattern of behavior with Israel. So inevitably, there was also back and forths done between both the IDF and the Israeli Air Force, or the IAF rather, and also Iran as a byproduct of these attacks that were done on Beirut by Israel. And inevitably, as expected, Iran also retaliated because of the fact that the ceasefire was broken yet again by Israel. Because one of the tenets of the fucking ceasefire that the Iranians have said is for the war to stop on all fronts. And Israel has made it extremely fucking clear that they don't give much of a shit about that at all. They could give less of a flying fuck. The magnitude of what just happened may take some time to sink in. This is the first time Iran has struck Israel after Israel struck another country's territory. That is not Iran. This means the battle lines have been moved. We've known that this was the case for about a while, right? Given the fact that Israel and Iran have done constant... Israel and Iran. That Israel has done constant attacks specifically on fucking Lebanon. Iran has made it extremely fucking clear, very, very clear, that attacks on Lebanon are not to be fucking tolerated, right? Now, you could just be like, oh, well, Hezbollah just keeps, like, throwing fucking puck shots over and over again at Israel. Yeah, because of their actions that they keep taking within Gaza, within the rest of the Middle East. Like, they are bombing, like, 8 different fucking countries, or they did in the past, like, 2 years. Like, should we really be surprised that there's going to be groups out there that are going to start retaliating against all of the actions that Israel is doing? No, of course not. I mean, and literally, Hezbollah was created as a byproduct of the 1982 invasion within Lebanon from the beginning. Should we be really surprised whatsoever that there's going to be a constant, like, skirmishing on the northern parts of Israel as a byproduct of that? No, of course not. Because again, Israel keeps constantly doing aggressive actions within the Middle East, in the region, over and over and over again, right? And it makes perfect sense that there's going to be groups that rise up in order to resist and are going to get, again, a bunch of backing from Iran. For what reason exactly? In order to be able to help them further resist within or against Israel, because they themselves also see Israel as being a bit of a problem, geostrategically, of course. But whatever. Maybe if Israel decided not to be such an asshole to all of its neighbors, then this wouldn't be happening. But, I digress. Iran's deterrence had already been restored in the sense that Israel knew that any strike on it would be responded to. But now Iran has proven that it will also respond to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. This is the first time in decades that a regional power has the means, capacity, and willingness to put hard power against Israeli military maneuvers or aggression against a third party, which, again, is something that has been maybe not like expressly done within sort of the policy of the Iranians, but we know that a lot of more of the hardliners within Iran have taken more power and control within the country because of the fact that the United States and Israel unironically assassinated all the fucking moderates within the country. So it's just like, okay, I mean, if what they want is to fucking scrap, then I guess we're just gonna have to scrap because we have like literally no other choice. It's like, sorry, Israel, maybe you should just stop randomly bombing people and randomly assassinating people over and over and over again. But then again, here's like another reason why people might not be particularly big fans of Israel. But in the most recent National Defense Authorization Act, in Section 224, it appears that the United States and Israeli military might be getting more fucking integrated in order to have, a deeper push to more fucking integration with the rogue colony that's currently within the Middle East. Very, very fucking cool. And again, this is a section within the NDAA, of course, that has essentially been pushed by the entirety of the House. This is within committee. They all fucking voted for it, except for a couple people, Ro Khanna being one of them, and also Sarah Jacobs, who also wanted to remove this particular amendment of the NDAA. But unfortunately, the entirety of Congress is so cucked to capital interests and to the interests of fucking Zionists that they will literally do anything possible to further integrate with this highly unpopular fucking rogue terror state.
People are tired of the arrogance and insolence of Prime Minister Netanyahu telling America what we should do. The entire country of Israel has a GDP that is less than a single town in my district. Yet somehow Netanyahu thinks he could tell the American people what we should do. The person who's most upset with him right now is President Donald Trump. And everyone in America, whether you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, says that we need to tell Netanyahu that America calls the shots, not the prime minister of any other country. They want less cooperation and blank checks to Israel, not more.
This is true. Everyone fucking hates Israel within the United States of America, except for, well, geriatrics. Republican geriatrics. Very, very fucking unpopular actions, or unpopular in general within America. Nobody really likes the actions of Israel. It's been made very, very clear throughout various fucking polling.
Only the United States Congress would dream up at this moment, let's actually do more for Israel, not less. And that's what Section 2024 does. It's a pretty simple thing.
It's because they hate you.
More for Israel than we already do, or should we do less? If you think we should do more for Israel, you should be against my amendment. If you think we should do less for Israel at the time that he's arrogantly telling Donald Trump what to do, then you should be for my amendment. Now, let me just be clear. Mr. Netanyahu actually wrote to a member of Congress to put this Section 224 into the bill.
Why am I not surprised? Listen, for all the quote-unquote weirdo Zog enthusiasts, that's certainly going to be a massive fucking, not even a dog whistle, more like a foghorn to the fact that yeah, everyone's just like completely fucking cucked to Israel. It's all fucking completely doomed and fucked within Congress of the within the United States Congress. Like, listen, it's just everyone's too cucked to fucking capital interests in the military industrial complex, as well as, again, as is being indicated here, cyber weapons. It's all about fucking cybersecurity tech with these motherfuckers. That's why they're trying to further integrate with fucking Israel. And even like, it's getting to the point where Israel is getting upgraded to a critical fucking espionage threat because, again, Israel has absolutely no problem with installing fucking spyware to literally everyone, right? Now, this is not like a thing that's like synonymous whatsoever. I mean, everyone's fucking spying on each other. This is a very, very it's a constant thing that's happening, but to varying fucking degrees, right? Like, Israel, I've said this before, rogue state, they don't give a shit. They will just do literally anything possible in order to just make sure that America's at its side and that they get more fucking arms shipments from America specifically. They don't care. It doesn't matter for them. There is nothing that's beneath board for Israel specifically. So if they're willing to just like lie, cheat, steal in order to just keep America on its side, they'll do it. They don't give a shit. No standards, blah, 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 blah. Should we really be surprised at all whatsoever that America's closest ally is being upgraded to a critical espionage threat because they just want to spy on a bunch of Americans? I mean, they're doing this with a lot of like social media enterprises within America. We all know that Israel, this because they decided to stream their fucking genocide within America, wanted to basically have the American side of TikTok to be bought out by sympathetic fucking billionaires, so then they could put the kibosh on all of their rightful fucking criticisms of their actions. And should we really be surprised that Israel also wants to spy on a bunch of American citizens for the fact that they are expressing a lot of criticisms of the state of Israel? No, we shouldn't be really surprised by that whatsoever, considering the fact that these motherfuckers keep constantly doing ethnic cleansings or attempts at ethnic cleansings and genocide within their fucking goddamn territory and in the region of the Middle East. They are the main factor that's destabilizing the fucking region because of their wanton belligerent actions. They are a rogue state. They are a terror state. Period. End of story. If there's children that they can bomb, they'll bomb children. Students they can bomb, they'll bomb them. They don't care. Innocents they can bomb, they'll bomb them. They could give less of a flying fuck the state of Israel. But listen, it's okay. They have Congress basically wrapped around them because of all of the various interests that exist within Israel. That, of course, being the military-industrial complex, various security interests, as well as that of the Christian fucking Zionists, evangelicals as well. So that's why we're going to be in the constant fucking maelstrom of just complete, utter hatred of Israel. Because, again, like, it's over for Israel. Like, they've lost at least 2 generations. They're not recovering their third rail fucking status in terms of American politics. It's cooked for them. It's over. The Republicans obviously don't really give much of a shit about this, but it's the Democrats that they're going to be more concerned about because, again, Israel has made it very, very clear all they fundamentally care about, broadly speaking, is to make sure that they always have the U.S. in their back pocket at all times. And if it means appealing to certain interests, like, say, the military-industrial complex, various security interests, they'll fucking do it, so long as they keep America within their back pocket, supporting them all the way, not only through UN resolutions, or the vetoing of certain UN resolutions, but also to make sure that America keeps sending them more aid and more fucking weapons, so they keep doing all their actions within the Middle East, causing further and further fucking destabilizations. We should really not be surprised about any of these actions from fucking Israel. So, I mean, what else is there to really say? Should we be really surprised about the fact that the dumbass fucking president is getting booed for all of his actions while in fucking office, and he's being a triggered little fucking loser about the fact that he's being booed for all of his actions because he keeps having complete utter deference to a rogue terror state that is unironically destroying the fucking global economy. For what purpose exactly? Man, because they just want to have an opportunity to sort of it's really late. To sort of basically have an opportunity to gain more territory for themselves, because Netanyahu, as well as all of his fucking ministers, have made it very, very clear to themselves. They see this as an opportunity to gain more territory for themselves, to become a fucking global power in the Middle East, and will do literally anything possible in order to sabotage any fucking deal that may not be favorable to the state of fucking Israel. Very... It's just a consistent pattern of behavior with Israel. They unironically will do anything possible to keep the United States in their back pocket. And if that means fucking censoring dissenting voices who are rather sick and tired of all their fucking actions, then they'll fucking do it. They don't give much of a shit about that. And they have a willing dumbass in Donald Trump who's willing to carry out that fucking will for them. Complete fucking nonsense. But then again, I'm not really surprised by any of the actions of the state of Israel in terms of their attempts to appeal to all of the capital interests that they need in order to be able to survive as a fucking state. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck Trump, fuck Israel, fuck all this stupid bullshit that we have to deal with now because of one random rogue terror state in the Middle East. Alright, cool. It's late, I'm going to bed. Yes, I do have the Asmongold tag. Now, am I an Asmongold fan? No. I do not like Asmongold. Not a fan, folks. I'm not. I don't like that guy. He's very cringe. Who the fuck are we running out to today? No Butlerian jihad today. There will be no jihad, folks. None whatsoever. Yeah, it's 4 in the morning where I'm at. I'm tired. But welcome in, Elaney. Elaney? Welcome in. But yes, I'm raining out because I am tired. The only person's on right now is Riverboat Jack, so we'll raid out to Riverboat Jack. Alright, dorks, raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by the Romanian Jesus with the Transstrider with the Daho raid bot. If you're a non-sub, you say the wow with the Daho raid bots. I would show appreciation. Those are into Nikkei's gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and well, it's gonna be more of the same. More satisfying our factory, satisfying our factory. Sure, we'll go with that. And yapping more about late politics. And you, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.